Hello, everyone. I'm Melissa Dalton Martinez from the Book Break, but today I get to do the interview from FanX TV with Brandon Mull. Thank you so much for being with us, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
So, we all know that you have an incredible line of books with Fablehaven to Dragon Watch and The Beyonders. But you have a book coming out very, very soon that I know I'm super excited about. Tell us more about this very important book.
Okay, so the book that's coming out is Dragon Watch Book 5,
Yay!
Return of the Dragon Slayers. And it is the fifth and final book in my Dragon Watch series. To kind of put that into context, I wrote 5 Fablehaven books about characters named Kendra and Seth, who discover their grandparents are the caretakers of a secret wildlife park for magical creatures, and they end up having adventures at secret wildlife parks for magical creatures all over the world. Those were 5 books. I wrote them many years ago, from 2006 to 2010. And when that series was over, I kind of thought it was over. Then, as I looked back on the series, I got a ton of new ideas, like a landslide of new ideas. And I also realized that the character journey for one of those 2 main characters, Seth, was kind of unfinished in Fablehaven. And so I designed basically a sequel series, or a second half to the Fablehaven series, which is these 5 Dragon Watch books. And if in the first 5 Fablehaven books, if kind of Kendra maybe gets a little emphasis as the main character, in the latter 5, in these Dragon Watch books, maybe Seth gets a little emphasis as the main character. But it still continues both of their journeys. And I think with this book 5, it is the finale of those characters. It'll be the end of that that sequence with Kendra and Seth as our main characters.
Yeah. And here at FanX, you have a panel coming up, so it's this afternoon, right? And it's going to talk about these characters some more.
Yep, this afternoon at 3 o'clock is kind of a farewell to Fablehaven panel. And that is because, since I'm doing the finale of Dragon Watch, for this book, we ended up doing kind of a 3-part book trailer. So when you do book trailers, you have this challenge of they're never going to look like a movie preview, right? Because a movie preview, they spend a couple $100 million sometimes getting that footage. Then they get to choose the best of that footage and make a really great trailer.
Yeah.
For a book trailer, it's not quite that budget, not quite the multiple.
Close, but not quite.
Yeah, so close, so close. Like literally hundreds of dollars, thousands maybe. When we did our first book trailer for Dragon Watch, we did kind of more of a straight trailer talking about what the story was. But by the time you get to book 5, it's like, let's just do something kind of weird, because...
Like a funeral, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what we did, yeah. Yeah, for book 4, we had my funeral. Yeah, we did we've done some really weird things.
So if you guys haven't seen the book trailer, you can go to Shadow Mountain's YouTube channel and see this unique book trailer.
Yeah, we've got some pretty weird ones. But this most recent one, we did it in 3 parts, where we released a first part, and then we released a second part. And today, we'll release the 3rd part. And it's just sort of, it's all just being weird and fun, but it made me push my comfort zone, because I'm in this book trailer, and it's awkward and strange and cool, I guess.
And did your wife join in on one of these book trailers?
My wife has helped out before. Yeah, she was in the funeral one.
Yeah.
And she had to be there mourning me. I think my publisher might secretly want me dead. I don't know. That was they went with a funeral theme. It was very odd to take a selfie at my funeral. That was strange.
Yeah.
But cool. I have a strange life, and that added to it.
And that new book trailer just came out today.
So the new book trailer is 3 parts, and the first 2 parts are out. If you go to shadowmountain.com, or if you even go to my Instagram, I think Brandon Mull, you can see the first 2 parts. And then at the panel today, we'll release the 3rd part, and then release it online after that.
Awesome. So you guys are not going to want to miss that panel. So if you're watching this from home, hurry down to the Salt Palace at FanX and check out Brandon's 3 o'clock panel. Now, Brandon, you also have some other series and things that you do. I hope it's okay if I ask about, I love all your books, but one of my favorites is the Beyonders series.
Sure.
And your original title for that series was just awesome. But for whatever reason, your publisher didn't go with it. Tell the folks that don't know what that actually title used to be.
Yeah, so when I first started writing, I was only writing for my 20-something-year-old self and not really thinking hard about marketing and stuff. And to me, it seemed like a fun title. So the title of the first book I wrote was The Other End of the Hippo. And it was about a kid that got swallowed by a hippo into another world. And I did take some of those ideas and rework them into the Beyonders series.
Yeah.
And
So-
Beyonders probably is maybe not as quirky a title, but a lot more mainstream a title than The Other End of the Hippo, right?
And it's still great and awesome stories and covers, so you guys will want to check that one out too. So now that you're wrapping up the whole Fablehaven Dragon Watch world, how does that feel to you? Do you feel like relieved, or you're going to miss your characters? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, picking back up with my Fablehaven characters, basically bringing them all back to life in Dragon Watch, has been really fun. I mean, it was like taking out some of my old favorite toys and getting to play with them again. Except maybe even more intimate than that. It was like seeing old friends or some of my old favorite people, my imaginary friends. I've got these legions of imaginary friends. This is what it is to be a writer. And so, yeah, I mean, there's some sadness to the fact that I'll be moving on from that cast of characters again after bringing them back to life and having a bunch of adventures with them together in my head and in my basement and in front of my keyboard. But I'm glad that I've been able to document that adventure. And here's the thing as a writer, when you start writing a book, and especially a series, it's this feeling like you're building a bridge at the same time as you're trying to cross the bridge. And you're like constructing it and hoping it's holding together, and there's this hope that eventually this bridge is going to span the river and get all the way across. And so when I finished book 5 and felt like, okay, I think we made it. I think this will safely take us to the far side. I think this story holds together and is cool. Mostly the sensation was relief. Because going back to Fablehaven was sort of scary and a little dangerous, because Fablehaven had a big audience and it had been very successful, and I didn't want to then write a series that messed that up or ruined it. And now that I've written book 5 and it exists and I know what those 5 books are, I very confidently and happily say it is the second half of Fablehaven. Like without that half, you've really only read half the story, and a lot of the best parts are in that second half. So that to me is a huge relief, and so that overcomes any sadness, I feel.
So are you able to tell us about maybe future Brandon Mull books we can look forward to?
I mean, there's a couple things I could probably mention. So I have a series called Candy Shop War. And Candy Shop War is like fantasy in a normal neighborhood with normal kids, right? Magicians are sharing magical candy with kids. Different candies give kids different powers, but the magicians are secretly up to no good, right? These candies are like a manipulation. But for the kids, these candies are a gateway to these amazing adventures, and it takes them a while to figure out what's really going on. Candy Shop War was only going to be a single book. I never meant to make it a series. But after I wrote that book, and that was barely after I wrote Fablehaven Book 1, so like 2007, after I wrote that book, there was a lot of kids who asked for another one. And they asked persistently enough that I started thinking about another one. So like maybe 5 or 6 years after writing the first book, I wrote a second. And suddenly I had a Candy Shop War series. And ever since then, they've been asking for a third. And I kind of left some hints maybe for a third. And I think that'll probably be my next thing now that Dragon Watch is done. I will try to write a third Candy Shop War book called The Carnival Quest, assuming I can work out, all the arrangements with publishers and stuff. That's probably my next thing. I also wrote like a secret project that I don't tell anybody about. It was kind of during COVID when we were all locked up, and I took advantage and did something I don't usually do, because as a professional writer, I usually only write a book if it's already sold, because I got some advance for it and I kind of have some knowledge that I'll be paid. It's kind of like job security, right? Like only write under contract. But because I had some extra time, I wrote a book that wasn't under contract. It's just a standalone, and I'll be shopping that around and see if I can sell it. It's a little more of a thriller, a little more sci-fi, a little different than all my other stuff. And to me,
is it middle grade, YA?
It's just right on the tippy top of middle grade, like maybe almost crossing into YA, but kind of tippy top of middle grade is probably where I'd put it. But it's a little scarier and a little More like a scary story, not like horrific,
Right,
but
right.
it's the scariest thing I've done probably. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I can find the right place to release that to people. If I can, that might come out at some point too.
That's awesome. So, you've been writing for a really long time. I wonder because it's been about 15 years when Fablehaven came out.
Yeah.
That was your first big hit, right?
Fablehaven was my first published book and kind of my first successful book, and it came out in 2006. So that's now been it's been a while. Yeah, 15 years or so. That's about right.
Yeah. So when you go to a lot of these cons, and I mean you're at FanX pretty much every year.
Mm-hmm.
How is it when you come across a fan that started reading your books when they were a kid, and now 15 years later they're an adult?
Yeah, that happens now.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool, and it kind of makes me feel old, though, at the same time,
Yeah.
But kind of makes me feel old in a good way. It's because a lot of times I'll get these guys and girls who are 25 or 26 or 27 that, started with Fablehaven 1 when it first came out. Maybe I visited their school, or maybe a friend showed them the book. But, I especially used to do tons and tons of school visits. And they'll come up and say, hey, yours was the book that made me a reader. Yours was the book that got me into fantasy or something like that. And anytime I hear something like that, it's really exciting to me.
Yeah.
Because for me, that book was Narnia. When I read Narnia,
Oh yeah.
it turned me into a reader, and it turned me into a lover of fantasy stories. And I know that for me in my life, that book changed the trajectory of my life. I ended up
Yeah.
writing fantasy novels for my job. And I might not have done that had I not read that book. So to me, it's really fun when I hear that the books either a family read them together, or somebody helped turn them on to reading, or even just when someone says, hey, it was a really good ride and I enjoyed the book.
Yeah.
All those things are a huge relief, because you write it alone. For me, I write my books alone in my basement, kind of hoping someone will like them. And so it's always a relief when people are having fun with them.
Yeah. Well, and I know, at least for me, something that I've loved about your books is you have them in audio too.
Mm-hmm.
And Kirby Hayborn is your narrator for the Dragon Watch series. Did he also do Fablehaven?
No, they had a different guy for Fablehaven, but Kirby's been doing a great job doing the Dragon Watch books. Yeah. He's a talented guy.
Yeah, and I know you were really the person that got my own son into reading, because he didn't really, he struggles with reading sometimes, and now he looks forward to reading your books. So I'll tell you that as a parent, I love that too.
Well, good. That's really great to hear, and it means a lot. I'm trying very hard to write the kind of book that I would read on purpose.
Yeah.
I have kind of a short attention span, so I try to keep the books very imaginative and try to keep them moving. Yeah, and I do get a lot of families who will do the audiobooks on a car ride, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're driving far, that can be a great way to pass the time if you've got a car full of kids.
Yeah. So, do your own kids read your books?
Yeah. I've been lucky in that way. Like they've generally liked them and read them. Sometimes, especially lately, when I finish a book, I'll read it to all of them. Not all at once, but
Right.
but just like any dad, over the course of a bunch of nights, we'll take out a chapter or two, and that's been really fun. They generally like the kind of stuff I write, so they kind of grew up with it, and we're fairly responsive to it. Thank
Yeah.
goodness, because
Yeah.
way better than if they hated it or something.
That would be a bummer.
Yeah, it would be.
So, what are the kinds of books that you read? I mean, you write a lot.
Yeah.
So you obviously like fantasy. Do you read more than just fantasy, or a particular kind of fantasy?
Yeah, I mean, for me, ever since I was a kid, kind of the book category with the special sauce for me was fantasy.
Yeah.
That's always, I've always drifted toward a good fantasy over anything. But I love books in all the different categories. And as somebody who's writing fantasy, I think almost part of my responsibility is to read across other genres, so I can kind of see what people are doing well in other genres and try to
Yeah.
bring some of their techniques or tactics that I think are useful as writers, bring that into my work, right? So, I love the classics. I especially love, if it's not a fantasy, I love an adventure story.
Yeah.
So classics like Count of Monte Cristo or Treasure Island. But I like stuff like Pride and Prejudice too. If it's got a good story, yeah, I'll read it. And then modern guys and Stephen King I read a lot in high school, or now it's a little now it's a little hard for me.
Yeah.
But like Michael Crichton, or some of the great sci-fi like Ender's Game or Dune, and then stuff like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings or Narnia. That was like totally my favorite stuff.
Yeah, that's great. So, what are some tips that you like to give your younger fans if they're like, man, these books are awesome, I'd love to write a book like Brandon Mull someday?
Yeah, I do speak a lot to schools, and I think about this, and I kind of reflect back on what I needed to learn. And when I was a kid, I loved to make up stories in my head. But I remember the first time I tried to write those stories down, it was so disappointing. Because the story was really awesome and alive in my mind. Mm-hmm. And when I tried to write it down, it just seemed really dumb. It seemed like it had been dumbed down so much that I began to doubt if the story in my mind was actually cool or not.
Yeah.
Right? Because it was like, man, this is awesome in my head, but what I see on the page doesn't compare to my favorite books. And I learned I was going to have to study the craft of writing. I was going to have to pay attention to how my favorite authors built their scenes and practice translating that story I could see in my head into a written scene. And so, I mean, that was years of work to try to pay attention to how my favorite writers built their scenes, practice how to build a good scene. Once you can build a good scene as a writer, you can write a novel, which is just a big chain of scenes. Sometimes I'll talk to writers who say it's so daunting to think of writing a big book. And so I say, well, don't think about the big book as you write. Think about the scene you're on, right? Like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right?
Yeah.
So, if you can break it down into scenes and find a chain of scenes that tells a big story, that's a start. That's one of my main tips for young writers or any writer, right? Get good at writing scenes, practice writing scenes.
Yeah. One thing that I learned about you when we chatted a couple years ago was when you were kind of towards the beginning of your writing career and trying to find someone to pick up your book, you did a couple of unique, fun jobs or volunteer things. Tell everyone a little bit about that.
Just different jobs I did before I was a writer,
like
that kind of stuff?
Like when you're improv.
Oh, yeah.
This is fun.
Well, no, I did run a comedy troupe. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, so when I was in college, I ran a comedy troupe called Divine Comedy. I was in college at BYU. And in that comedy troupe, I was one of the head writers, and I kind of helped organize things, and we all kind of helped run it in a lot of ways, but I got to write and perform sketch comedy. And by writing a bunch of comedy skits, that was kind of like going to dialogue camp. Because, a comedy skit is all lines for actors. So it really gave me this heavy focus on dialogue. And by putting it in front of a live audience, you got that instant feedback. So it taught me how to write tighter, right? It taught me how to write economically and kind of how to anticipate when a joke would land. It was something that no one ever masters perfectly, but certainly by doing that for several years, it helped me improve. It was the best writing class I took in college, was writing comedy.
And I think that's so interesting because so many people don't think sometimes writing other styles helps you with a bigger style, like writing novels.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm a believer that all the writing you do can teach you something, right? And for me, that was definitely true with sketch comedy. It was true with writing for the school newspaper. I mean, writing a novel is very different from the writing you do in a school newspaper, but it made me more aware of language in some useful ways. Learning Spanish helped my writing. Like I served a mission in Chile, so I lived 2 years in Chile, learned the Spanish language, and I found when I came back and worked in English, I was more aware of my word choice after having learned a foreign language. So I don't know, you never know what might help you with your language skills.
Yeah. And it's interesting because a lot of people may not think of an author as an improv comedy person up on stage performing. That's not what we usually think of for authors.
Yeah, it is two different skill sets a little bit. Sometimes the writer is a pretty shy person.
Yeah.
And it's, maybe would never want to be up on stage. And I do have a shy side to myself. But sometimes they'll also say that acting can be the shy man's revenge as well.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to be yourself. You can go be a character, right? And sometimes that's freeing to be a character on stage. And so I think I found some of that. It was it was doable to try to be a character, especially to get a laugh. To me, that was really fun, trying to learn how to make an audience laugh. And hopefully I can keep that as part of my books, a little bit of humor, you know?
Yeah. So the question is, do your kids think you're funny? Because you're a family man. Do your kids think you're funny?
I don't know. We might have to find out.
I think we should find out.
Do you want to come up here, Calvin? I've got one of my kids here today. We're at Comic-Con, so he's Eeyore. You can take off your mask if you want, little pal. Come sit right by me. So this is a moment of truth, Calvin. Am I ever funny?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, see, I'll take that.
Awesome.
I'm trying to be funny. What's it like growing up with a dad who writes crazy fantasy books?
I don't know. You're sometimes gone a lot, like on book tour.
Yeah. So if that doesn't break your heart, nothing will. Yeah, it's a hard part of my job as I have to go away on book tour a lot. What are some of the types of games we play? Do we play any games that are different than what we might call normal families?
Yeah, we play Dragon Tag.
Dragon Tag?
Yeah, we play Dragon Tag.
Ooh, what's that?
What's Dragon Tag kind of like?
It's kind of like a mix of Capture the Flag and Tag.
Yeah, kind of like if you mixed Capture the Flag and Freeze Tag. It's got elaborate rules, and we've got weapons, and there's dragons to fight, but kind of like a fancy game of tag, right?
Yeah.
All right, I won't put you on the spot anymore, but thanks for hopping up, Calvin. Okay, I'll see you after.
Thanks, bud. That's good. So, have you ever tried to create any other games from your stories?
There are games I play with my kids. But they don't come directly from my stories. We have another game we play called Lord of the Underworld, where I am the Lord of the Underworld, and I just give them tasks that they have to fulfill to save their parents' lives. And that's weird, but it uses my imagination in the same way that books do, and it lets me make up a bunch of weird games to play. I think they like that too. Do you like that too, Calvin? Thumbs up? Yeah. I'm getting a thumbs up. Yeah.
There you go. So I think that's really interesting that thinking up games uses the same kind of creativity as writing your books. Are there any other exercises or activities that you do that help you with the same level of creativity?
Yeah, I mean, anything that makes you create, I think helps to develop that side of you. And so if you want to get good at creating, experiment with creating all sorts of stuff. I know that for me, like creating comedy skits was good. I used to work as a marketer, and so creating advertisements also pushed a different side of my creative mind, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, I mean, I've never been very good at drawing, but definitely like creating games and stuff has always been useful.
Yeah, that's great. And while you're here at FanX, we have another question here for you. This one is from Eileen on Facebook. Are you going to write Candy Shop Wars 3, and when are you thinking with that?
Yeah, so I kind of mentioned this, but I can give you some details. In the Candy Shop War, we kind of learned that there's these 3 white siblings with the last name White. And we've met 2 of them, and we assume there's a third coming, and that is true. There is a third coming. And this third white sibling will be part of a traveling carnival. So it'll be called the Carnival Quest. And I probably won't say too much more than that, but I don't have a date for when it's coming out yet. It is right now a probably project, not a sure thing project. It's not under contract yet. And so there's a chance it won't happen, but I think it probably will.
Yeah.
So if that's true, within the next 1 or 2 years, it should be out.
All right, awesome. And then this one is from YouTube. What drew you to write? What made you think to be a writer?
That's a fair question. So I told you that when I was a kid, I liked to daydream. And for me, I hadn't really learned how reading could be this incredible spark for new daydreams until I read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. When I read that book, the idea of going through a portal into another world and having an adventure just started this whole new wave of daydreaming for me. And sort of my origin story is this. I had this idea of Narnia in my mind. I went to my grandma's house. My grandma was old, and she had a large closet. So I was like, maybe. And I remember pushing my way through the coats to the back of that closet until I found a tiny set of doors. And I was like, it's showtime. I pushed in through those doors into a tiny room filled with canned peaches, which was a huge disappointment. But you know, because I wanted to go to another world, I wanted to fight monsters, I wanted to ride a lion and probably become the king of that world. And when all that stuff couldn't happen, I was disappointed at first. But I remember almost kind of consciously going, okay, if this is not going to happen in real life, I can do it in my head. So I started deliberately daydreaming about crossing over to other worlds. And that's really where that story engine started for me. And at first I was kind of borrowing other writers' worlds, right? Crossing over to a world that might look like Middle Earth or a world that might look like Narnia. And then I started making up my own places and my own characters. And I reached a point where I was like, I've got these movies in my head that are better than lots of the books I read. And that's what made me want to learn to write and share my stories through writing.
That's awesome. And here's another one. This one is from Aspen on YouTube. What's it like having fan fiction exist for stories that you write?
It's weird and cool. It's in that same spirit that I daydreamed about Narnia. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? So I don't read the fan fiction because I don't want any other versions of Seth and Kendra to kind of change how I see them, right? But like, as long as it's just people having fun in that story world and taking those ideas and daydreaming, to me that seems like an exercise I did when I was a kid. And it's cool to me that happens. I remember going by a school and I heard kids playing on the playground as if they had magical candy from Candy Shop War, and they were, you know, playing like imaginary games as if they were inside the book. And that felt like a grand slam home run to me, because like if that story world came to life in their head in a way that makes them want to play as if they're those characters, that was totally rewarding.
Yeah, that would be really awesome. So here tonight, so in addition to your panel, you also have one last signing. So if you haven't made it to any of Brandon's signings, what time is that tonight?
So tonight here at the convention, we'll be signing at the Painted Garden.
The Printed Garden.
Printed Garden, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, good job, Brandon. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. And we will be signing there. I think it's in the 100s.
Yeah, it's in the 100 aisle. So the Printed Garden, it's a pretty big booth. You'll see it. Just go down to the 100 aisle.
But we'll be there, I think, from 5 to 6:30, signing books. And if people miss that, we'll be doing a big launch party for the new book on October 23rd. When we do our launch parties, it's usually a pretty big event. The publisher puts some money into it. I think this year it's at Cottonwood High Auditorium, which is a nice big auditorium. And it will be, we do sketch comedy. I get a lot of my old comedian friends from college who donate their time and come back, and we put on kind of a comedy show, and the publisher always puts some money into costumes and characters, and we try to make it a big, fun, free show. Hopefully people will enjoy it.
Yeah, and where can they learn more about that?
So you can always learn more about me at brandonmole.com, at shadowmountain.com. Track me down on Facebook or track me down on Instagram. But that will be the 23rd of October, unless I'm totally mistaken. It's at least that or really close to that.
Okay, so brandonmole.com, shadowmountain.com, and you're also on Facebook and Instagram, right?
Yep, and hopefully COVID doesn't go nuts again and shut us down. I mean, like for me, it's been an odd year because of COVID. I usually go out and visit lots of schools and bookstores and libraries, and like writing already kind of makes you a hermit.
Yeah.
This year really made me a hermit. So I'm hoping it all holds together enough that we can pull off this launch party, because just being here at FanX has been so fun, getting in front of people again.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to show up at your party, so just so you know.
Good. I hope you're there. That's great.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for joining us on FanX TV. And don't forget, Brandon has a panel and a signing coming up. We'll see you next time.
and welcome back to FanX TV. I'm Tori Pence, and I'm here with the magnificent, I've known her for 4 seconds, I'm already obsessed with her, Alyssa Krug. Alyssa, hi. How you doing? I'm absolutely phenomenal these days. Oh, bless you. I mean, you.
Is on, yes?
There we go.
There we go. I am so happy to be here.
Excellent. So you're exhausted.
Yes.
Oh, so tell us why you are exhausted specifically. What
I
do
am
you do?
exhausted because my nonprofit runs tabletop gaming at FanX. It is a 30,000 square foot room of a bunch of nerds having the time of their lives.
Oh, I want it. Wait, where is it? How
It's
do I get to
fantastic.
it?
It's in room 355. We're the only room on the 3rd floor. You go all the way up the escalators. We are in the boonies, but it is completely worth it.
But you are the 3rd floor.
We are the 3rd floor.
Oh, all right.
I am the Senate.
Gods of the 3rd floor.
Exactly.
Alyssa Krug. All right, so first off, how did you get into this? Like, how did you become the god?
Completely by accident. So I got a phone call, I think 4 years back, the week before FanX. And it was from a guy named Michael, and he said, I was just asked to do this, and I was given your number. Can you come to FanX and run tabletop gaming with me? A week, I think it was actually 6 days before FanX.
Okay, not can you help? Can
I help? Can I come run this? And I was like, okay. And apparently somebody had told somebody that I was a fabulous dungeon master, which I am, but completely like overblown, dramatic, like, oh, she's amazing. She DMs for like rich and famous people. That's a lie. And
Wait, if they were to mistake one person that you've DM'd for a rich and famous person, who is it?
I mean, I actually can't say.
Okay, that sounds
But-
significant.
it's a Sundance thing, but it was completely overblown. It was an accident. I show up, we have a great time, we come back the next year and the next year, and then I made my nonprofit, so we said, hey, can we run this as a charity event
Oh,
to raise money for our fabulous nonprofit?
that's incredible.
Yeah, so complete accident, and I'm glad it happened.
Yeah, incredible. So, I mean, the intersection of a nonprofit and RPG is
It's weird
Yeah, it's
because
fascinating.
even when you hear what our nonprofit is, we are the Foundation for the Prevention of Violence. And you go, tabletop RPG has violence in it. What is this?
Let's prevent violence by creating violence
Exactly.
in fantasy land.
So we actually have 3 programs. And the first program is a school security program. And it's actually 360 comprehensive. We go into schools, we see where the gaps in security are, we give them drills, and then we give them the Cooper Krug risk assessment, which I will talk about because that's its
Yeah.
own thing. And then we have a tabletop therapy RPG gaming module. Yes, it's incredible. So we've teamed up with therapists that specialize in RPG gaming therapy.
That's amazing.
And we take kids that are showing characteristics of violence or sexual deviation, and we put them in this tabletop gaming program to address those issues.
So kind of like, the joke of, there's the puppet, and I talk to them.
Exactly.
But
It's here's the puppet, except they're with their peers who are also having the same problems. They're in a controlled environment. They have a DM and a therapist, and they work out their problems through the characters.
Have you seen the community episode? Not just D&D, but
Yeah.
Abed's Uncontrollable Christmas.
Yeah.
That feels very much like what's happening here.
Exactly. So we have that program, and then we have our White Wolf Self-Defense program. And that program, and the first half of it, I teach criminology, profiling, the 4 types of sexual predators, basically how to keep yourself safe using your intelligence, not getting into a situation in the first place. And then the second half is hand-to-hand combat. So it's a,
Mind-body experience. here.
exactly. And then we have a subset. I'm just talking, by the way.
I have nothing to say
Okay.
because you're the most fascinating person
Thank
I've
you.
ever met.
Thank
and
you.
I had an interview with
I'm
Keenan Thompson once. He was
I'm so much cooler
special.
on paper than I am in real life.
No, you're currently existing in this space as the dopest person.
Why, thank you.
Oh, continue
Um,
the Senate. Continue.
We have a subset of the White Wolf program, which is called the Survivors Program, which is that class, but is for survivors of sexual assault and rape. And one of the things we're doing next year, so everybody watching, be prepared for next year. We're building a wall, a survivor's wall, and we're doing a call out to any survivors of sexual assault, and we want you to put your experience on paper. Draw something, write something, do a poem, anything that we can stick up on that wall to have a physical representation of your survival story. So that will be for next year. I'm guessing at the end of this, I'll tell you my credentials. You can send them in to the foundation, and we just want to have that impact for when you walk in and you can see the impact sexual assault has, especially in Utah. The national statistic is 1 in 5 women have been sexually assaulted. In Utah, it's 1 in 3.
Ooh.
So we wanted to make that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. In 7 different ways, I'm in awe.
I just gave you so much information.
I'm
I
swimming in it, but
apologize.
also I'm just like, I gotta take a second. I'm just gonna
Do it. Bask.
Okay.
Bask in my glow.
Ooh, oh yeah, no, it's good. So, I mean, this is the coolest thing. I'm
Thank
enjoying
you.
everything about you. How did you personally get into like nonprofits?
All of this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we go way back, I wanted to be in the FBI since I was in like the 4th grade. And I've been in martial arts since the 4th grade. Because I was bullied, actually, for being the biggest kid in class. Because I'm 6'1".
The biggest girl.
I am an Amazon.
Hey.
So I've been bullied. I was bullied my entire childhood. So my mom slapped me in martial arts, and I've been in basically every martial arts ever since. And then I went to school for criminal justice.
Awesome.
And I started teaching martial arts, and I was like, there is this gap. I'm not going to go too much into it. There is no real prevention in criminal justice. There is reaction, there is postvention, there is no prevention, because prevention starts with childhood. Prevention starts with stopping the behavior before it manifests.
Yeah.
And there's really also no program. There's women empowerment programs, but it's either, hand-to-hand combat only, or it's, just believe in yourself. Cool, that's fine, but you can't really, shout that at an attacker
There it
who's
is.
running at you and have them stop. Like, that isn't gonna happen.
This was blowing my mind forever, that like we're teaching people to defend against it when it comes, and how about we maybe nip it in the bud
Exactly.
before we create victims.
Yes, and I understand that can't happen right now because it's a complete overhaul of the system, and it's, how we raise kids, how we do.
We're getting intense here. We're
Right,
doing this. We're
right.
having this talk.
It's ridiculous. So it is a whole overhaul of the system, and I understand that it's not going to happen anytime soon. But that's why we're so grateful to FanX for giving us the tabletop space. Because I teach a panel. I teach the first part of the White Wolf self-defense course at 4 o'clock in
today?
355B. Yes, I do that today. And we're just so grateful because it has given us a platform to reach so many people. I've had probably 10 girls come up to me just this con and tell me their stories, and it's heartbreaking. Like, I'm getting really emotional talking about it. So, yeah, it's fantastic. Sorry.
No, this is important.
This is important.
Oh, this
Thank
is
you.
Needed. What you do is incredibly important.
Why, thank you. Yeah,
And
we try.
I'm just, you look like Wonder Woman.
I usually cosplay as Wonder Woman.
I had wondered.
COVID kind of messed everything up this year, but
Yeah.
I will be here next year as Wonder Woman.
Oh,
so
here we go. I was say you describe yourself 6'1".
look for the giant Wonder Woman.
Yes.
And if you're interested in our cause, our website is www.preventionofviolence.com. So,
Do you have any specific stories, like without talking about the people, that have really like impacted you in your work?
a lot. There was the one I always think about is a girl that came up to me when I was teaching at a school, and she basically said, "I don't know what to do. I grew up with my father raping me, and he's about to get out of prison, and my mom doesn't want to raise us anymore, and he will be taking us into custody.
Yep.
But I'm not worried about myself. I have a little sister."
Yeah.
And that breaks you.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was basically the most impactful one for me. We got her the information she needed. We got her help, but you know, that's the stories that I have all the time, and it is heartbreaking. So we're doing our best.
How do you keep yourself, because you're a bright, like you're an exciting and fun individual. How do
Yeah.
you keep yourself grounded?
Honestly, my husband and my best friend help a lot with that. They kind of keep me sane.
Yeah.
They know when I'm kind of getting to that space where, you know, it's depressing and you get angry, but basically my friends, they help so much. All of the people who are managing the tabletop gaming floor, they are my best friends that came and helped me do it the first year, and they have stuck with it the entire time.
That's
so
incredible.
they are phenomenal people too.
So is D&D part of your release, or just like?
Oh, absolutely. We play every week. I
Wonderful.
know a lot of people are jealous.
I see
know that doesn't happen.
I see you specifically.
You're very jealous that I have a group of friends that actually are adults and come every single week, but you know, they show up and we have fun and they keep me grounded.
It's wonderful.
Yep.
How did you decide on like D&D as a therapy, I guess?
Honestly, we started playing probably 5 years ago, and I realized because we're in the behavioral therapy space, I realized the emotional impact it was having on me.
Yeah.
Just being another character, being around friends, you know, being in this environment where you have to think through problems and you have to emotionally become another person. And then I started looking it up, and there was actually, it was a Reddit post that was a Harvard study that they had done on RPG therapy.
Oh,
And I
wow.
was like, oh, it's a real thing. And it just took off from there,
Oh, that's incredible.
right?
So you do your research.
Yes,
You
absolutely. We do all of our research. I was going to mention the Cooper-Krug risk assessment. I don't know
yes.
if you've seen Mindhunter or Criminal Minds or any.
I used to work at 3 a.m, and I'd have to walk to work, and I watched Criminal Minds the night before.
That'll freak you out.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That'll absolutely freak you out.
I've made terrible mistakes. Continue.
The person that wrote Mindhunter, John Douglas, he's like the grand poobah of profiling, and so is his ex-partner Greg Cooper. They made the Cold Case Foundation, which is based in Utah. I also work for the Cold Case Foundation as well. But it was actually Greg Cooper that got together with me to make the Cooper-Krug risk assessment. So
Incredible.
I have a former FBI profiler that helped me put it together. We've done our research. We are 501c3. We're completely legitimate, and we are completely open about where our money goes. We will tell you and we will share, because I know that there are sketchy nonprofits out there, and we try to be completely open about everything we do.
That's incredible. All right, so as we wrap up,
Yes.
what is like just one piece of your mind that you can give to the people? Like if you had any one thing that you want to tell
If I
those
had
out
one
there.
thing to tell, and it's going to sound a little corny, but the biggest psychological deterrent for women is confidence. And I'm not joking. It is a psychological deterrent. It is throwing your shoulders back. It is looking at people in the face. It is letting them know that you have seen them, that you can identify their face. And honestly, predators go after women that they think won't fight back. So if you look like you are going to give them a fight, they won't touch you.
So, ladies and gents, and people of all stripes, just be confident.
Just be confident.
Just be confident, like
Work
this
it.
woman here.
Exactly.
Alyssa, you are the most delightful human being.
Why, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
I really like it.
And
I
if you
really
have the
like you.
opportunity, third floor?
355, and the panel is at 4 in room 355B.
All right. Thank you, FanX TV, and come on over to FanX. We've got like a couple hours left.
Exactly.
Hang with us.
Come play a game.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Galaxy, the clown. This is Pop. Here we got Trunks, Metallic, Chase from the Dragon Ball Z line.
This comes straight from Australia. This is a custom metallic Super Saiyan God Goku. Custom.
Pardon me? 3-shot. And welcome back to FanX 2021 here at FanX TV. Today we're going to be doing a Star Trek Spotlight with our special guest, Larry Nemechek.
Hey.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Robert. Thank you. I'll say trek well and then unmask. Everybody's been doing really well here at FanX that I've seen.
I've been very pleased that there's been so much conformity with wearing masks.
Right, right. Yeah, people are remembering their junior high science really well.
Some of them are. So how are you finding the convention?
Oh, I'm having a ball. This is the 4th or 5th time I think I've been over. Not counting last year, obviously.
Obviously.
But, there's 3 or 4. For people that are of the Trek persuasion, there's always something here at FanX for that. So a lot of the Starfleet chapters are here. John Eves is always here, great artist and illustrator for the And I've been happy to be part of the Trek mix the last few years, yeah.
Excellent. Well, we're happy to have you.
Yeah.
So what is new and exciting in your world of Star Trek?
Well, the last few years it's been what can you entrepreneur. We've had in the professional, in the studio world, and of course fandom is all excited about all the new series coming down the pike, no pun intended. And a lot of people, it took a while for the new era to wash over if they'd been a big fan of not even the original, but Next Gen era and DS9 and Voyager. It's taken a while, especially Discovery, and then Picard brought a lot of people in. And the Lower Decks animation series
Definitely.
is really subversive.
But it's fantastic because it not only pays homage to everything, but it makes so much fun of it at the same time.
It's its own thing.
Definitely.
And it's hysterical, and it is manic. And people say, when a lot of people first saw it, and it was so manic, but it's an animation. They cram more into 25 minutes than some of the hour-long shows do, and 45 or whatever. Or digital now, they can be 60 minutes. But they pack so much homage into everything else, and visual, and people are Easter egging, freeze framing for everything. But I'm just surprised at how many people. I mean, I thought so, but people have been won over by it. And I have a lot of people say it's their favorite new Star. I know it's their new favorite Star Trek, and some people say it's really my favorite overall because they feel like they get a little bit of all the older Star Treks in it. As crazy as that sounds. So anyway, we're all, and there's more coming. So
exactly, and I know that as you were saying, it's bringing new fans in. My girls give me a minor amount of flack about being a Star Trek fan. Like, you're watching Star Trek? Oh.
Okay, see, that's what we have to work on.
But they came in the other day when I was watching Lower Decks, and they're like, come here, it's a cartoon, it's Star Trek. And they were just over the moon.
How old are your girls?
They just turned 10.
Okay, see, now coming down the pike is, I said it again,
Prodigy.
Sorry. Prodigy is coming, and it'll be on Nickelodeon as well as Paramount Plus. And it's really aimed at more their age to begin with. And it's kind of a heroic fantasy-ish feeling, although it's very Star Trek, but it starts off with some, teenage, I won't say rebels, wayward souls that are escaping and trying to find their identity, and they have hologram Janeway to help them on this captured Starfleet experimental ship. So I have been wanting for 20, 30 years. It's like, guys, gals, if you want to have Star Trek action figures back in Target and Walmart again, you got to we got to do it faster than replicating ourselves. We have to find kids who don't have Trekkie parents already.
True.
And I think Prodigy, if Lower Decks, whatever they've done, Lower Decks is really Adult Swim-ish. Yeah. So Prodigy is really going to be exciting. And then Strange New Worlds is going to be like old school throwback Star Trek, hopefully.
So there'll be a little bit of something for everybody, hopefully by the time we're done with Prodigy, Strange New Worlds, and Lower Decks, just kind of that oleo, and Discovery.
Yeah.
And Discovery's been an interesting creature because you start off before Kirk, and everybody's like, how are they going to make this work? We've already done this before, and then they make the time jump, and it's like, we don't know what this is going to do next. And just the whole, where are they going? And it's like Star Trek, the original series, all over again as they're rediscovering everything. And, no pun intended. Wow.
Well, I say Discovery, I think, had the most troubled birth of any Star Trek ever, because Brian Fuller conceived he actually wanted to have an anthology series, not unlike American Horror Story. He wanted to have a core cast that was set in a different Star Trek time period, playing different characters every season. And they were launching then CBS All Access, and I think people felt conservative, like, no, we need to sell a lot of action figures, and we need to sell shit. They didn't want to go with the change it up every year situation. So they started, but then they wanted it to look slick and modern, and having it be 10 years before Kirk and Spock was really as slick-ola as they wanted everything to look and modern. That was really troubling for a lot of fans, but even on top of the visual, they just had Brian exited early on. They went through 3 teams of writers. I know, well, you've seen the 3rd season, right? Right. I said one time, it's like being on a plane and your pilots changed pilots 3 times, or you're in a cab and your driver changed and the cab never stopped driving. They landed the plane at the end of the 1st season, which was amazing. And every season it's felt more stable and more grounded. But I think jumping into the 32nd century has really it's like the skin that it always wanted to be living in. You know what I mean? Right. And I think it really feels at home now, and it can do that. And Picard can be in this just after everything else we knew already had ended. It's pushing, the next-gen DS9 Voyager era, and now Lower Decks, just a little bit more. So to me, it's like Star Trek is like a big buffet now, and a lot of people are thrown because they may not like one as much as they like the other, but that's the way Star Trek's always been. And I don't think we're in danger of burnout the way we had DS9 and Voyager against each other, because they're short series and they don't overlap. But people can, if you like this one better than that one, fine, But there's something for every taste and every age now, and that's modern and smart, I think.
Well, you're talking about burnout. Are we going to burn out Jonathan Frakes? Because he is everywhere in Trek these days. It's like, just saw him on Lower Decks, and then he's on Picard. You're just like,
I know.
I love the fact that he's so involved and engaged with the show still, and that he is such a fan favorite as well, and he seems to enjoy what he does. And I love the dichotomy of watching him on Picard as an older, more mature, reservist.
Right.
And then you watch him on Lower Decks, and he's still the Will Riker that we remember from the Next Generation. And it's just like, how can he just not be having a ball doing this?
It's amazing. And then he's directing so much. Well, his movies, he did First Contact and, Insurrection, but Insurrection had too many cooks running the soup, I think. But, he enjoyed that. They really missed him directing the last movie of the Next Gen cast. So, no, he's really embraced that. And he's like the newer kids, the crews and the actors all embrace him like he's their. I mean, now they've got Sir Patrick, much less everyone else that's been around now. They've got Jerry Ryan and all these legacy actors, but he was directing before all that got going, and on Discovery, before Picard. And he's like the touchstone to the past, kind of like the Avatar there, and people love it. But yeah, his attitude is just great, but he's always been that way. He was the guy that would almost eat the worms first season Next Generation when they're doing so he was like dive into the oil slick kind of guy. So he's always been there and embraces it and loves it. And I think people get that now. Plus, he's a good director,
Okay, so a little more personal here. Out of all of the series, everything that you've seen, read, watched, whatever, do you have a favorite series? Is there one that just harkens to you outside of Continues? I think is it Star Trek Continues?
Yeah.
Outside of that.
Yeah. Well, see, so I was a rerun baby. I was a kid in, junior high, and my science teacher shamed me into watching. She's like, "You're not watching Star Trek. Larry, go home and watch it today." After school at 4. And it's the original series you had for 20 years. It pains me, but I hear younger people saying, I can't watch the 60s show. I can't watch the original. I want to, I get it, but it's so hard for me to watch. It's so slow, and it's so... But I think part of that is, I want to say, well, do you have trouble with watching, like Casablanca? Do you have trouble watching, The Wizard of Oz?
Yes, there. Like, the pacing is so slow. Oh, my goodness, I'm falling asleep.
Yeah. But that's why Lower Decks is so subversively, insidiously great, because you get sucked in on that pace. But you have people saying that now about Next Generation and DS9, some of those series. They're saying, oh, they're so slow. Part of that, I think, is just the youth. And when they get a little more life experience, and they have a kid, they get married, they have a couple of jobs, they'll calm down a little bit. But it's hard for me to have a favorite, because you had 20 years of the original series over and over and over again. And then Next Gen was like a godsend. And then I got to come to LA and do the Next Generation companion. So I flipped to being professional. I watched DS9 and Voyager and Enterprise being made. So I watched the sausage, come out of the factory and the movies. And now the modern series not involved so much, aside from, reporting and commentating and punditizing on those. And I get, around us, the media has changed. And so many, when Discovery started, a lot of the old school fandom was like, well, I'm not going to pay for Star Trek. Star Trek should be free the way God intended. And it's like, guys, this is the way the world is now. And look, they can do more. We can have short series, but they can have totally different venues, In the old days, I wanted a Klingon series and a Romulan series and a Founding of the Federation series, but that was never going to happen when you had to do 26 episodes a year and budget that way. But now you can be nimble and light-footed and have all these different tones in the buffet, with these flavors in the buffet. Right. So you asked me a favorite. So my old favorite from the original, McCoy was. I loved when I was a kid. We'd say, "Who's your favorite, Kirk or Spock?" And I'd say McCoy, and people would kind of, short circuit. But I love them all. But I like McCoy because he and Scotty never got credit in the old days. But McCoy was the grounded one that would pop the, oh, come on, you guys. We all put our pants on the same way. Stop being so damn heroic and just, get on with things. Because Kirk and Spock would be all heroizing. And, in the Next Generation, it's hard for me to say that. But it's funny to watch people go back and think, oh, I can't watch DS9 because I missed a show. And now I'm lost. Pre-lost and pre-streaming. And now younger people hear somebody say that. And it's like, what do you, because you had the DVD sets, and you can binge everything, thank you, Netflix. And DS9 is 10 times more popular now than it was back in the day. So watching all those kinds of things has been one of the kind of, aside from just enjoying the Trek that they make, kind of helping the old generation meet the new and the new meet the old is one of the things I get. I've always been a background person, and I love that Trekland, everything I do, my podcasts and my business is Portal 47 and the day tours we do of location sites. That's all about background and keeping canon. But it's also been amazing to watch Star Trek finally get back in to the fandom table. For so many years it wasn't around. And like your daughters, saying, "Oh, Star Trek, Dad." It's like, I always want to go, kids, this is all here because of Star Trek. Because before Star Trek, there was no Star Wars. George Lucas got his funding because Star Trek had exploded as a dead little show, making a whole new paradigm here. And, sci-fi cons had been these little literary things with 500 people until Star Trek blew that wide open. So, Comic-Con culture, this all started with Star Trek. Star Trek was away from the table for about 15 years there, 12 years, but it's back now and taking its chair again. And that's the way it ought to be.
So how do you feel when you see the fans?
Sorry, I'll get on my
around?
soapbox now.
Oh, no, that's great. Stay on the soapbox. That's fantastic. So how do you feel when you walk around and you see it back at the table, at the cons? You have the fans who are not just representing the original series costumes, but the Next Generation series or the Future series, and they're just, ecstatic about being able to express that and share that with everyone.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, like all the big Comic-Cons, like here at FanX, it's like the year that I see all the 12, 13, 14-year-olds running around with, Lower Decks costumes on. That's when it's really hit that. But I think I've seen more at Trek Vegas, which is the big pinnacle Star Trek only convention. I think I saw more Lower Decks, with the white stripe, than anything else of the new costumes, because it's like I think 1 out of 200 people. I literally had 200 people in a panel room one day, and we were all saying, okay, whatever you think about Picard and Discovery, who doesn't love Lower Decks once you've seen it? And one guy in the corner went, well, I don't like it, it's too... And I go, okay, anybody else? Okay, there we go. 1 out of 200 fans does not like Lower Decks. So, but yeah, when I see the teenagers and see the tweens, and the preteens, when that can explode. But it's only been since the 50th anniversary in 2016 that Star Trek's kind of been back as a presence again. And it's going to take a while, but Prodigy's going to do a lot for that too, as well as Lower Decks. Yeah.
So, being a little more behind the scenes as you are now, what can you share or tease with us about things that we might want to look forward to, if you're aware of them, that people are like, oh, this outside of Prodigy coming up, or any other possible spin-offs or characterizations, or maybe not storylines. I don't want to get too far into it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't want to get you into trouble. I don't want Paramount to have like a little red dot showing up. Like, no.
Yank that signal. Yeah, they're keeping an eye on Salt Lake City right now. They're watching. Larry? No, I mean, I'm not. They're paranoid. Like at the beginning of Discovery, they were so paranoid about everything. But now that we've had success after success, and people have understood what streaming is, people have gotten, and now that Paramount Plus has emerged, there's a lot of. One thing I try to do is bring, I know it's boring, guys, but the business side affects a lot of what we see on screen, right? And this whole thing of the Viacom, what I call the Viacom divorce, in 2005, which was horrible, but now they've remarried. And CBS and Paramount are remerging, and so that wall between movies and TV, if it was ever a thing, is now gone. And there's 2 movies now being commissioned of different. One, I think, a Pine, kind of a Kelvin universe crew, and maybe something else. I'd love to see the movies, pioneer something different. Go to a different corner of Star Wars is awesome. All the other universes of all these franchises are awesome, but there's like 800 hours of Star Trek on film. It's got the most fleshed out extended universe. Star Trek Online, the multiplayer game, was screaming to be made for years. It's not all trading cards and books and comics. It's fleshed out canon on screen. So it's got this huge universe. They can go to nooks across 300 years. You could do Archer's century and Kirk's century and Picard's Cisco Janeway, you name it century. So all of that is out there to go. So they've got a Starfleet Academy series in the works. It's been talked about, which we used to hoot at. Like we called it Starfleet 90210. Like, please don't make it all angsty teenagers. But it's still alive, and I think they'll do it with the right kind of heart with just that age.
But it's angsty teenagers with phasers.
Yeah.
And starships.
Partly, yeah. Well, I mean, if it's at the academy and it's like they're kids turning into adults, and what are they? I mean, Alex Kurtzman, who now is the showrunner of all things Trek, the big boss, was talking about that. But there's that, and there's 2 or 3 other series coming down the line. But they don't want to burn out, but they're in a format now where they can give you all these different tastes, and it doesn't feel like it's overwhelming. It's a pain having to wait a year and a half, and COVID has screwed them up just like it screwed everybody up. But when they're clicking in a real world again, hopefully everybody, they'll never not be some kind of Trek on TV, and that's made it easier to sell the new streaming channel. So it's not just I'm buying it for 13 episodes of Star Trek, but there's something year-round. And so all the things are kind of maturing and getting there where it's a whole different world than it was 5 years ago.
It's strange new worlds, in fact.
Strange new worlds coming down the pike. I know. Okay, 3 times. So boomy.
With your work on the background, like the compendiums that you've done for, let's see, DS9, Voyager, Next Generation, what have been some of the things, have you learned anything in compiling information for those that you didn't know going into the writing process for either of the or any of the series that you worked on?
Oh, well, I mean, when I did the Next Generation Companion, I had done like an encyclopedia. Before Memory Alpha, the Star Trek Wiki, I mean, before computers and the interwebs were there, that's how I got my foot in the door to do the Next Generation Companion, was I had done that, just forehead VCR watching, did a updated B. Joe Trimble type concordance. So, I mean, I love that kind of thing. Now, there are 4,700 podcasters and YouTubers out there, and the minute there's a lower decks, bam, someone's done all, 4,700 Easter eggs freeze framing. So that's kind of like on steroids, but I still love that kind of thing. But the people and helping fans understand it's a combination of how the business works, how it's evolving. Sometimes what you see on screen was planned 2 years ago, and sometimes it was like at the last second. But that's just the way it is. They're human beings making these shows. So, like I said, I watched a lot of the Berman era being made after early Next Generation. So it's hard for me to pull any one thing out, but I love a day when I learn something new. Even something from 20, 30 years ago, and you find out new. I was just with John Eves today at a panel, and he was going through the first season of Picard, and I was like, oh, okay, good. But I love that. And then helping fans understand that kind of, all that is in the mix, as well as if someone is a little upset, like, come on, it's okay. People were pissed about Savick crying, in Star Trek 2, so in Wrath of Khan, so.
What do you find the most magic about Star Trek? What for you is it that thing that's like just your moment?
When I came to Star Trek, I read sci-fi, but I wasn't a sci-fi fan. I was a history buff, and I was a big NASA kid, I will say. So I came from and what I would love in a Kirk speech, when Kirk would say, like they're talking about Khan or someone else, and he says, yeah, but look at history. Caesar, Hitler, Napoleon, Lee Kwan, Colonel Green, and they would do that across history, and it always made you remember that they are us. They are our line. You didn't say it's our timeline, but it was like they are us projected into the future. It's NASA plus. And Star Wars was, if you told me when Star Wars was even 2 or 3, the first movie, and then Empire Strikes Back, jump ahead 30, 40 years, what's going to be a bigger franchise? What's going to be around with more fans? I would have well, okay, Star Wars is a lot of fun, but what's the there? Star Trek was us in the future, and they'll go to different places. Now, I didn't realize, I was like, what, the Jedi become like a real religion, and people go to that, and that's what so the way these have come and gone has been kind of, but the meat of seeing us in the future, and of course it's not really future people, it's us when they make the stories, but reflecting back on us. But Star Trek, on top of everything else that's whether it's Buffy or it's your favorite Marvel or whatever it is, I say, yeah, it's great characters, great casting, the commentary, right, the concept, but above all, of all of those, Star Trek is the one, and they take a lot of guff for it, the canonistas, but Star Trek is the one that has tried to keep its canon the most intact. And it's hard sometimes, But you know, like they reboot Spider-Man every 2 years. They reboot Batman every 2 years. It's different actors, different looks. Oh, here's the 15 Batmobiles. You know, Star Trek just finds a different way to do that. And it's gotten tight lately, but that's what I love about Star Trek. It's us in the future, and it's been a consistent, you know, and if something is old, it just becomes old. It's like, yeah, that was Kirk. That was 80 years ago. Now we're, you know. So that's what I love about Star Trek. It's all the good stuff that you want in your, you know, aspirational, representational, idic.
I agree with you.
You know, but it's the one that's had the most, and they've taken the, and when they get off track, the fandom lets them know, and they get back on track.
Awesome. Fantastic answers. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time. We're just about to close out here.
Oh, thanks.
I appreciate you taking the time to sit down with us and talk and reminisce and
Well,
just
thank you,
share.
Robert. Yeah.
And this has been Larry Nemechek with, you want to tell people where they can find you?
LarryNemechek.com, everything Trekland, Portal 47, our day tours we do in LA. LarryNemechek.com is the great way to find us, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And thank you once again. I'm Robert Neal, your interviewer for this FanX TV panel.
It's been a long weekend, Rob.
It's been a long weekend. Hope you've enjoyed this, and we will look forward to seeing you next time on FanX TV.
Yes. Trek well, everybody.
the heck, why not?
Hello and welcome back to FanX TV. My name is Melissa Dalton Martinez and I am a host of the show called The Book Break. But today I get to host FanX TV interview with S.M. Sterling, who has been a sci-fi writer and other genres for a long time.
Yeah, science fiction, fantasy, alternate history, the whole speculative genre.
Yeah. And you're a New York Times bestselling author, and you have your most recent book has come out in March. And tell us a little bit more about that.
It's called Daggers in Darkness. It's part of my Black Chamber series. It's number 4, starting a new trilogy. The first 3 were set in an alternate 1917 and 18, and this one's set in an alternate 1922. They concentrated on Europe, and this one's set in San Francisco and Shanghai.
Awesome.
Yeah, there are dirigibles, spies, intrigue.
Yeah. And so for this series, because it's in a little bit of a different area, if they didn't read the first 3, they can still know what's going on.
Yes, and I tried to make it standalone.
Yeah. And you have a number of other series as well, and a lot of your books can work as standalones, even if they didn't read a lot of the beginner ones, correct?
Yeah, I am, let's see. I did the Dies the Fire series, also called the Change series. That starts with a book called Dies the Fire. And that's a number of independent trilogies and quadrilogies. And I did an urban fantasy series that starts with A Taint in the Blood. And before that, many more. I published my first book in 1984.
Yeah.
And sold my first story in 1982. So I've been writing full-time since 1988, which was the year I got married. And I get to work at my hobby, which is good because I got fired or quit from every other job I ever had.
Well, it's because you knew you were supposed to do something else.
No, it was because people fired me because I wasn't paying attention. I was writing.
Oh.
Or I quit because the job didn't suit me. I was a bouncer for 2 nights.
For 2 nights?
Yeah, it wasn't the violence that bothered me. It was people throwing up on me.
Oh, yeah.
And if you grab a belligerent drunk around the waist, that's generally what he does. And that denim jacket I was wearing was never the same.
Oh, I bet not. And this is your first time here at FanX, right?
Yes, I'm having a great time. Enjoyed the panels, and I've been enjoying talking to the fans down on the dealer's floor. I'm at Bard's Tower.
Yeah, Bard's Tower. And Bard's Tower, for our folks watching, is in the 1600 aisle. So if you haven't checked it out, you should definitely go and check it out. And you'll be there the rest of today, correct?
That's true. Yes, I'll be there.
And you've been doing a number of panels. Do you have any more panels coming up?
No, this is my pardon me. This is my last event.
Awesome. So I'd love to dive into your most recent series a little bit more. And this is an alternate reality. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, it starts out in 1912, and the difference is that President Taft vapor locks and dies just after he loses the Ohio primary. It was his home state. And it's a wonder he didn't. He weighed 360 pounds in 1912, and he gained more because he was stress eating.
Yeah.
And he got stuck in the White House bathtub, and he had to lie there roaring for help, and they hauled him out. And then they installed a new one that's 7 feet by 4. So it's a wonder, because Teddy Roosevelt, who died in 1919, was a fitness enthusiast all his life, and Taft outlived him. But in this one, he doesn't. And Teddy sweeps to victory in 1912. He becomes the Republican nominee instead of running on the Progressive Party ticket, also known as the Bull Moose Party. And he renames it the Progressive Republican Party and enacts a number of reforms. Teddy was a remarkable man. For example, his graduate thesis at Harvard in 1880 was an argument for the complete legal equality of the sexes, including the right of women to keep their surnames when they married.
Oh.
And he was for a number of other advanced things in his day.
Yeah, that's super advanced for that time frame.
Yeah, and when his first political event was the Republican National Convention in 1884, at which he nominated a black man for the chairmanship of the convention. So he was ahead of his time in a number of ways, and he was a remarkable man. For example, he's the only U.S. vice president to leap on a 215-pound cougar and stab it with a Bowie knife.
Wow.
And he's also the only U.S. president to save a kitten from a dog on the street and then walk around the White House neighborhood for an hour, finding it a new home.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He was also the only U.S. president to lower his own children out of the White House second-story windows on a rope made of knotted-together sheets. He was playing with them, which he did every day.
Yeah.
And really got into the spirit of the game.
Oh, I could just imagine the mother maybe not feeling super confident about that.
Yeah, well, he and Edith Roosevelt got along very well, actually. He was married before he married her. His eldest daughter, Alice, was the daughter of his first marriage, but his mother and his first wife died on the same day of illness, just a day or so after Alice was born. And that's when Teddy went out to become a rancher in the Dakotas to escape his grief, and sort of never looked back.
Yeah, yeah.
He's the framing character in the series. Each book in the Black Chamber series, Black Chamber is the first, starts with a prologue and ends with an epilogue, and he appears as a character in the prologues and epilogues. The main character is a protege of his, an American espionage agent named Luz O'Malley Arostegui, Cuban, Irish American, and I think one of my better creations.
Yeah, yeah. So it's clear that you do a lot of research for these books.
Oh,
Tell
I'm a
us a little bit
hog.
more.
I'm a research hog. I started out as a historian, and I was going to be a history professor and have a tweed jacket with leather patches on the elbows and proceed and have graduate seminars and afternoon teas for students. And then I took a degree in history, and I realized what you actually had to do to become a history professor, and I decided to go into something safer and more reliable, like writing fiction for a living. I'd always told stories. I was convinced I was Ming the Merciless for a while when I was 6 years old. And I had one class in high school, actually, that was actually the only useful writing class I ever had. There were 3 people in the class, and the teacher gave us each a bunch of paper at the beginning of the year and said, "You're going to write a novel." And we did. We met once a week and read each other's progress, and we went and talked to the teacher whenever we needed it, and we all wrote novels. And I wrote a novel, and it was terrible. It was grotesquely terrible, but I learned a great deal while I was doing it.
Yeah, so your very first writers group was in high school.
Yep.
Wow. And you know, that makes me wonder, what other writer group experiences have you had? Did you start off doing writers groups?
I've done a number of writers groups. They have a definite half-life usually.
Yeah.
The first one I was in I was in my 20s, and it sort of broke up under difficult circumstances, interpersonal conflicts. Yeah, I won't go into the details of the interpersonal relationships. We were in our 20s, what can I say?
Yeah, yeah.
And I've been in a number of others. I was in one with George Martin for a while, but George isn't really suited to writers' groups. He's a sort of a bandersnatch. He just writes what he writes, and he's impervious to outside influences. Ty Frank and the guy who wrote The Expanse, he was also in a writer's group I was in for a while. And, I'm terrible at names. Rebecca Roanhorse,
Okay.
who's just started out and is doing some very impressive work.
Yeah.
I get to read a lot of good stuff in manuscript.
Oh yeah, that is a fun part of it.
Yeah.
And you've done some co-op books as well with a couple other authors. Tell us about some of those.
Well, I've written books with Anne McCaffrey and Dave Drake and Jerry Purnell, and with a number of other people, including some friends from my first writers group, Shirley Werstein and Karen, and every experience is different. Dave Drake, for example, is a plotter, I'm a pantser. I sort of improvise as I write. Dave Drake does 35,000 word outlines for his own books.
Wow.
The ones he writes himself. He outlines every scene before he writes the book.
Wow.
And he gave me the 35,000 word outline, and it was actually quite liberating in a way because I didn't have to plot. I just wrote the book.
Yeah.
And our styles were very compatible. With Jerry Purnell, I went and stayed with him for a while. He had a wolf dog. We used to go for walks around the hills above his house in LA, and the wolf dog would come with us and try to catch rabbits and point at things.
Yeah.
And then when we got back, Jerry would lift it up and throw it into the swimming pool because it got hot. I wrote with Jimmy Doohan. And we did a series called The Independent Command. I went and stayed with him too. He was a complete gentleman, a really nice guy and very smart. Anne McCaffrey and I did some books together. That was by sort of long distance because she was living in Ireland at the time.
Yeah.
Her outlines were much looser. And I did some spin-off novels earlier too for the Terminator series.
Mm-hmm.
That was interesting. Time travel plots make your head hurt.
I can imagine.
Particularly when you've got lots of time travel and lots of changing history and things like that, i.e. But I think those turned out rather well.
Yeah, that's when you really appreciate your editor to make sure that you're staying on board with all the different time traveling.
Good editors are priceless, like good agents. Bad editors or bad agents or bad writers groups can really do a number on you. And it's a bit of luck of the draw. Of course, there's a lot of luck in the writing profession as a whole. I sold my first story in 1982, and I got a call from New York. And the editor liked it and wanted to buy it, and my feet were doing a little happy dance, but I stayed calm on the phone.
Yeah.
But he said, the ending's sort of ambiguous, and I think it needs some work. And I didn't think the ending was ambiguous, but I would have crawled to New York over broken glass, pulling myself along with my lips. So we talked about it for 10 minutes, and this was back in the day of hard copy submissions.
Yeah.
And I realized I hadn't sent the last page.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And without the last page, you know, that story was ambiguous.
Oh, wow. Well, you know what? That should be a testament to you of how good the story was, that even without the last page, it was acceptable.
Yeah. You've got to have the hide like a rhino in this business, sort of be a shy exhibitionist. I've known people who wrote good books, sent them in, actually got editorial comments and requests for revisions, and then just locked them away because they couldn't bear the criticism, which is tragic.
Yeah.
And that's asthma, not COVID, by the way.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, it's interesting how much has changed with when you had to ship off big piles of pages versus just emailing it off.
Yeah. Let's see, when was the last big hard copy submission? I think it was in '98. That was Island in the Sea of Time, which is the start of a trilogy, Island in the Sea of Time, Against the Tide of Years, and On the Oceans of Eternity. I really liked doing that one, although the original publisher for that was Baen Books, and Jim Baen really didn't like Island in the Sea of Time.
Yeah.
He thought it was terrible, and I had to pull it, and but it's now in its 37th printing, so I was right and he was wrong, and I get to sing the I Was Right song. That's when I first got an agent, Russ Galen, who was a god among agents, and I sent the manuscript to him, and it was 1,000 pages long.
Wow.
And he read it, and we were talking the next Monday, and I said, "Did you like it?" And he said, "Steve, there's only two ways to get me to read a 1,000-page manuscript over a weekend. One is I like it, and the other is you're standing next to me with a gun in my ear." And since I wasn't, he liked it. And then I had to print up the 1,000-page manuscript 8 times for him to submit it.
Oh my goodness.
And
did you break the printer by that point? Because that was in the early times when printers couldn't print as much as they can now.
No, I took it to a photocopy shop. And sending out 8,000-page manuscripts. But he sold it within 2 weeks. As a matter of fact, he sold it to two publishing companies, to Rock and to Tor. We went with Rock because, as he told me, the editor there was young and hungry and would promote it vigorously. Best advice I ever got.
Yeah, that's great. So when you're doing editing yourself now, do you do it with your Microsoft Word and track changes, or do you print it out and write on it?
I rewrite every time I start writing again. I generally review what I did the day before and then go over it and make changes. Catch mistakes. You never catch them all,
Right.
no matter how many copy edits you get.
Yep.
Although I had one copy editor who took out every semicolon in the book because they didn't like semicolons.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. Copy editing can be very bizarre. But then I generally just go over it and over it, and these days they have the copy editor do an online copy edit, which took me a while to get used to because I was used to poring over hard copy with scribbled things in it.
Yeah. Makes it easier to read.
Makes it easier to read, not necessarily easier to do, but it's a lot easier on the publisher, so you go with it.
Right. Well, and so I wanted to just chat with you for another few minutes about what was it that drew you. So you were thinking about being a professor in history, then you decided to give writing a shot. Had you always been thinking about being a writer, maybe in the back of your mind?
Yes. Since I was a little kid, I'd always been a voracious reader. And I grew up on pulp stuff and Edgar Rice Burroughs and Robert E. Howard and Tolkien. I actually read Tolkien in the original releases in the early 60s.
Wow.
And I just knew I wanted to tell stories, but it's not something you think of as something you can do. Although, lots of people do it. I went to law school, and that was because my mother thought I should have something safe.
Yeah.
And I had my dorsal fin surgically removed after I was called to the bar and never practiced.
Oh.
Also, the person I articled with, this was in Canada where you do an apprenticeship.
Yeah.
It's called articling. He was disbarred.
Oh my goodness.
I could tell you, we don't have time, but I could tell you all the stories of his dishonesty, and he was a walking lawyer caricature.
Wow.
So that sort of turned me off.
Yeah, that would be a big turnoff for sure. Well, and you just mentioned this from Canada, so you're a Canadian-American writer, but you also have French influence as well, right?
Well, I was born in France. My father was stationed there with the Canadian Air Force. My mother was English, but grew up in Peru because her parents married, and during World War I, my grandfather was gassed at Passchendaele in 1917. He met my grandmother, who'd been bombed by Zeppelins in London. Incidentally, my latest series includes Zeppelins bombing London. It's a family tradition. And they eloped and fled to Peru because their families didn't approve of the match. My father's mother was shipwrecked in the Gulf of St. Lawrence in 1912. Her ship hit an iceberg. It wasn't the Titanic.
Wow.
And all the survivors were taken to St. John's, Newfoundland, and that's where she met my grandfather, my father's father. So every family contains weird stories.
So do any of those stories kind of make it into any of your books? Do you have any of your family history?
Oh yeah, both directly and indirectly. There's a saying in the field that world building, which in speculative fiction you have to do a lot, is good occupational therapy for lunatics who think they're God. Because no one can come up with anything as wacky as the real world. And history doesn't have to be realistic. It just is. You have to be convincing when you're doing fiction. So rating history for stuff is a good way to get really weird things. Like as I said, the book that came out in spring is set partially in Shanghai in the 20s. And you would not believe some of the stuff that actually went on in Shanghai in the 20s. Like the underworld was run by a Jewish refugee from Vienna and an American Marine who'd been sent to San Quentin and had burned off his fingertips with acid.
Wow.
Yeah, and he came up with a plan to smuggle heroin into the United States by promoting white Russian refugee girls as Hollywood prospects and sending them first class all the way to Europe through the best hotels and loading the junk into their luggage, which no one apparently looked at.
Wow.
No, you could not make this up.
No. That's really fascinating because you're right. When you think about what is done in other areas in the early 1900s or 1800s, it really is stranger than fiction.
Yep, it is. And so, I said, it's the miracle of the American educational system that it makes history dull, because history is a collection of the weirdest, wildest, wackiest stories you could possibly think of.
Yeah. Yeah, that is super true. And one of the things I was looking at too when I'm looking at your books is so you've got, alternate reality, speculative fiction, and a lot of fascinating war stories and military things, and that's pretty strange stuff too.
Oh yeah. Well, my
Or
father,
fascinating things.
my father, grandfather, great grandfather, and great great grandfather were all soldiers, and it was the thing of the times. I was in the Governor General's Foot Guards, which is sort of a junior version of the National Guard that they have in Canada. One of my brothers was a fighter pilot. Another one came down here and volunteered for Vietnam. War tends to intensify things.
Yeah.
So that's how my father met my mother in 1942. It was a dance in Halifax, Nova Scotia. It was very crowded because it was wartime. The lineup for the men's room was immense. My father knew the guy she'd come to the party with, to the dance with, and saw him trapped in the men's lineup for the men's room. So he went over to her table and said, "Sam isn't feeling well," and he had to leave, but he asked me to walk you home.
Oh, wow.
And that's how my mother met my father, and they were married a month later.
Oh, that's a fascinating story. I love that. I love it. Well, so you have all kinds of stuff that people can learn about you in a lot of books. Where can they go to learn more?
Well, I have a website, smsterling.com, all lowercase. I'm on Facebook. There's an SM Sterling Appreciation Society, for God's sake, which was a little daunting. Some friends set it up for me. And my books are available, Amazon, bookstores, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Writers tend to be more interesting in what they do than what they are. But I got all the interesting stuff in my life over early, except for my marriage, which was long and very happy. My wife passed away this spring, just a
I'm
month
so
after our
sorry.
33rd anniversary.
Oh, I'm so
And
sorry.
my Nantucket series, Island in the Sea of Time, was suggested on our honeymoon. We honeymooned on Nantucket.
Oh, wow.
And we were walking on the beach. It was very romantic. It was night. The stars were out. The moon was up. A ship passed out on the sea. And I thought, Nantucket feels isolated, but it's not really. What would it take to really isolate Nantucket? And then I thought, well, I could send it back in time to the Bronze Age. And how would the people react? How would they survive? And then we cut the walk short, went back to the room, and I started making notes.
Yeah.
That's one of the perils of being married to a writer.
I do understand that. I'm married to a writer as well, so. Oh, that's great. Well, it's been so nice talking to you. And for all of our fans out there, make sure you go and meet him at Bard's Tower. And thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And thanks, everyone. You'll be seeing more. Bye.
Tyler and Frank. Let's do it. Hello, FanX TV. Welcome back. And I am here, Tori Pence, with Tyler and Frank of a brand new, to be occurring soon, YouTube show that is the intersection of D&D and puppets. And it is called
Dash and the Defenders.
Dash and the Defenders! I mean, I'm into it. I'm into it in a big
I like
way.
that better. That's a lot better than
I
what
would
I
say
said.
you got to do it like Dash and
Dash and the Defenders.
Yeah, there it is. There's exactly it. So tell us a little bit about your background, where you're coming from, and why you're qualified to be puppet people. Because I'm just saying it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Is being a puppeteer. Okay.
I'll go first. Yeah. So. Tyler Whitesides, I've been a novelist for, it's been over 10 years. Well, it's 10 years ago this month that my first book came out.
Happy novel birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
That's wonderful.
Got like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 published books.
All right.
And so started writing for kids, and in 2011, my first book, the Janitors series, came out, and found my niche there with writing for young audiences and visiting schools and presenting and talking about creativity and writing and reading and all that fun stuff.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And then...
So same. I actually met Tyler right as his first book with the Janitor series was coming out. And I started about 12 years ago writing for kids. I have 13 published novels. My most recent one is called Champion's Quest. It's like Dungeons and Dragons and Jumanji. It's a kind of a middle grade fantasy. So maybe that gives me a little bit into the puppets. I don't even know.
We go.
We'll have to see. You'll have to.
Well, you've got a lot of experience with kids, and a lot of people assume puppets off for the children. Is your show going to be like is it specifically for children, or is it all ages?
That's what we're shooting for. I mean, hopefully it will appeal to all ages, but we're definitely going to make it kid friendly.
Awesome.
There's a lot of content with puppets that's not, and so we thought, hey, let's throw something out that the kids are going to want to tune into and have fun watching.
Yes, that's as I've found working with kids and puppets. When you write for the adults, the kids will watch it because the puppets are there. So I'm very excited about a puppet show that I could maybe enjoy because I'm a big D&D fan myself. How did you guys get into D&D?
So for me, it started. I've been playing for several years and kind of put together a group. And Frank, I'd known as a fellow author, and when he moved up to the city where I live, I was like, hey, Frank, you should join our D&D group. And
I was a little skeptical. I knew I wanted to play, but I had some bad experiences years ago. It wasn't that fun.
Yeah.
And then I joined their group, and it was life-changing. I realized that's how games should be played. So.
For most people who've had an awful D&D first experience, I think probably everybody, right? The first one is always 6 hours long, and the DM is the special child of God. I'm glad that you stuck with it to come in and create something new. So how did you come to the decision of we're going to make this intersection of puppetry and D&D?
That came from one of our other guys. So one of our friends that we play with, his name is Brad Ballio, and Brad has always had this love for puppets for the last many years. And I used to rib him a little bit and joke because he would always say, puppets are dope. And I was like, I don't know if a lot of people agree with that.
But that's a popular opinion of anyone over the age of 4.
So we used to kind of joke him with it. But because of his love of puppets, he was like, we could. I was actually in another D&D group with Brad, and he would, once we created our characters, he would go home and stitch and sew and make these little puppets so that we could play D&D with our puppets, right?
Awesome.
Like while we were role playing. The group we were with at the time maybe didn't dive in with both feet like Brad and I were maybe willing to. So eventually it kind of fractured off, and this new group started, and we definitely dive in with both feet
I do. I think you had to take me to dinner or something like that, and he broke it to me that we were going to start playing D&D with puppets, and I was like eating my food, going, "Oh, I still want to play D&D, so I guess I'll have to adapt the puppets." So
I'm like, Frank, are you in? Or are you out?
do I get
I
to
love
play?
that. It was like the puppets are almost a deterrent.
It was like it was a bait and switch
Yeah,
with Frank, right?
yeah.
It was like I'm like, hey, come play D&D with us, and then once he gets in, I'm like, there's gonna be puppets.
Reaches behind
Yeah.
him and pulls out. Well, Frank, you
still want to play?
That actually made you might have been there in the restaurant when that
Yeah,
happened.
Is that exactly it?
Pretty
Oh, I love it.
accurate.
I love the waitress comes up. She's like, "Hi, if I could." No, not right now. Okay.
We'll be taking our dinner free tonight.
There it is. No, I can't.
And the great thing about this group is that we when we created our characters. So I'm the dungeon master.
Awesome.
And then when we created our characters, we committed to a character voice.
Oh yeah,
And we role played the entire campaign in character voice,
that's awesome.
which was great commitment. I was very impressed.
Yeah.
No, that's
And,
incredible.
I mean, I think we changed voices a little bit.
Oh, yeah, they
throughout.
morphed.
They did
Yeah.
not stay the same.
Well,
'cause
like-
we're not
like-
voice actors.
like one of-
I'm not a voice actor.
That's all right.
One of our guys started out at the beginning with kind of this, like, he was going to be all, like, mysterious. And by the end, he was like, oh, my gosh, look how cool this place is, right? Like, he was, so the voices did morph a little bit along the way.
So, are you in production at this point, or are you still in pre?
Yeah, we are in production. It's a slow road.
It's
Yes.
quite the undertaking. I mean, Tyler makes the sets, builds these massive sets. We have green screens.
They're actually miniature sets, but they're miniature
sets.
massive sets,
That's so
right?
incredible.
They're puppet size. We have. I mean, it's. I did not realize the scope until one day I showed up. And I brought my wife along, and she didn't realize. She just thought I went and played puppets.
Yeah.
And then I showed her, and she's like, "Well, you do play puppets a lot, but this is really cool too." So.
So, are you guys sitting like at a table with the puppets, or are they in the space and acting out the events?
So yeah, let me tell you a little bit about our process.
Paint me this picture.
Yeah, I'll paint you the picture. Okay, so I created like a just homebrew campaign, an original story. Very much it was like writing a book.
Yeah.
You know, I just started with kind of this concept, but then I asked each of them to create their character and then send me a document with their character's backstory,
Awesome.
which they did not tell to each other. So every character had their own agenda, their own secret backstory. Then I took each of the backstories and I wove them into the main narrative, and a lot of things so that everything would intersect and connect. And I kind of made up reasons why these heroes would come together, and then why they would stay together, but a lot of what was going to happen would be determined during the gameplay.
Awesome.
So then we decided to commit a weekend to it, and so we got a place and we went and we set up and we played for 2.5 days straight, and
20-something
it was
hours.
22 hours of raw recording in like 2 days.
That's
Yeah.
exhausting. Did you go to the bathroom?
It was crazy.
Were there
no,
just, like,
no one was allowed to do
jars?
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bathroom breaks not
no.
allowed. Yeah.
Our puppets.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah. We just sent the puppets to the bathroom
There you
for
go.
us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. This is an unholy endeavor, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Incredible.
And so we just had mics up recording all that, and then what we ended up with was 22 hours of a story. Well, obviously we knew like that needed to be pared down. So then I went to work, kind of high grading the best of the lines that we had created, and kind of pulling the story together, and from those 22 hours created a script.
Wow.
And then once we had the script, we were able to move towards production, getting our puppets finished, building the set for the puppets, doing all the audio recording in the studio.
So to answer, it's not the show isn't puppets playing D&D. It's
Yeah.
the puppets doing the adventure.
Having an adventure. All right,
Yes,
cool.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So it's D&D as a script writing tool.
Yes.
That's kind of.
I love that, Tori. That's great.
We should
Yeah.
put that on our show.
Yeah.
No, don't worry.
Yeah.
Please ask me more about how to write your marketing.
No, for reals though, that's exactly what it is, right? It's what's so cool about D&D in general is that it's collaborative storytelling.
Yes.
So while I came up with like the bones of the story, I didn't know where it was going to go.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times these guys in our improv would play it out in a way that I hadn't anticipated. So then keeps me on my toes, right? And we kind of figure it out. And we used Dungeons and Dragons as a means to write the script. That's exactly what it is.
And now your puppets are performing it.
So yeah, by the time you've watched the final like puppet show, there really won't bear a lot of resemblance to D&D. Like most viewers probably won't even realize that it was created originally in D&D. It'll be kind of a standalone original puppet show.
Awesome. So it's less Harmon Quest, more
whatever isn't Harmon Quest.
like more like an animated show, but with puppets.
Like an animated puppet show. Yeah.
Incredible. So, in production of this project, what's the weirdest thing you've had happen on set?
Just the other day.
I was like, they both went far away.
Yeah, I walked in late to the studio, and we've got this green screen up, right? It's huge, and one of our guys is laying on his back in a full spandex green suit.
As one does, yeah.
And then Frank is up above the green screen with a fishing pole, and on the end of the fishing pole is a fish in a leather harness with a little like cart underneath it, and he's gently bobbing it. And I just walked in and I stopped and I looked, and I just started laughing at the absurdity, right? It was so weird.
That's beautiful.
I think the garage was open at that time too, so all the neighbors saw this.
So the whole world is just enjoying.
But they don't know.
To give some context, so there's this like puffer fish thing that there's a gondola that's attached under this fish, and the fish is what flies people up the cliff to their destination. So you pay for a ticket, you get on the gondola, and then the lift fish floats up and delivers you to your destination. And so, yeah. So digest that for a minute, Tori, while I tell a little backstory there.
Yeah, incredible. Continue.
So Stanton, one of our other guys, Stanton and I are at Hobby Lobby one day. We're standing there.
Stop.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Yes.
So we're standing there, and there's this like nice older lady. We're in the jewelry section, and there's this nice older lady like buying some jewelry pieces, and Stanton and I are like examining these tiny chains because we're building a miniature, and I'm like, do you think these chains will work? And he's like, well, I'm not sure. It just depends on how it attaches to the fish's harness, right? And you're getting these side eyes from this lady.
Yep.
And it just,
this woman is worried for your immortal soul.
Yes.
1,000%.
Yeah. So lots of funny things like that. The other day, I was at a used store buying like little tiny shoes for the puppets. Just like you can buy like baby shoes, right? And so my 3-year-old son is he's holding the shoes. And he's looking at them going, they're so cute, And this lady in line behind us goes, well, I hope those are going home to a baby brother. And I turn around and look at her and I go, they're not. They're going home to a puppet. And then that was the end of the conversation, right?
Yep. You traumatized that woman, and
she's like,
I'm glad.
I don't know what's going on in their household, but
oh no, that's
like,
fine.
I make my children with fabric. Needle and thread.
Oh, I have so many children.
Pinocchio.
And they all obey. Anyway, so do you happen to have any of your puppets with you today that we can take a look
Well,
at?
let's see if we can. Yeah, let's see if we can get some to come up. They're a little shy.
They're
a little shy.
No,
Sometimes they don't always want to come out. Oh yeah, we keep them in a bag.
Oh yeah. That's where puppets live. I don't know if you all knew this, but every puppet was born from a bag, and to the bag it shall return. Oh, wonderful. Oh, do they have names? Do they have voices?
They do.
Can we? Oh, I'm already obsessed with this guy.
This is Zuby Boomwinder.
Hello, Zuby Boomwinder.
Is my mic still on?
There you go.
Yeah.
Just a little closer.
Yeah, Zuby Boomwinder. And he's a gnome sorcerer.
Gnome sorcerer. Hello.
These are the
Zuby
shoes I
Boomwinder.
was referencing, actually.
Oh, there you go. Those specific
Look at these little
shoes.
He's got his dancing shoes on, right?
Those are the shoes that have tied you to his family, Zuby
My
Boomwinder.
wife did make the leather pants.
I wondered.
Yeah.
He is
and
fabulous.
them and everything.
Oh, incredible. All right, Zuby Boomwinder
And this guy's just kind of like a crazy little.
Incredible.
Little.
Yeah, the spaz.
Right?
This
yeah.
is good.
He's
This is good movement.
He's got armature.
Oh, excellent. So
wire.
he doesn't have to rod.
So we can pose him, for
Yes.
each particular scene.
Oh, that's
and
wonderful.
He's kind of a crazy little fellow. That
He shows up a bit in the show.
There we go. Would you be able to give me like a 30-second scene with these two? What do you think? Like at this moment, Zuby Boomwinder walks into a cafe.
What have we gotten?
Zuby walks into a cafe, all right? And I'm the waiter.
Yeah, all right, sure, absolutely.
Hello. Have you been to the Boom?
We got so much good food here. You gotta eat this. Eat this stuff. Eat it. You wanna?
Is that 30 seconds?
I think that's 30 seconds. I'm already into it. I would say, how comfortable are you doing puppetry?
if I'm in a green suit or no one can see my face, that's even better.
There we go.
There you go. I should have brought my green morph suit.
You should have done this whole interview in a green morph suit.
I should have done that.
And then we could have just green screened him out, and he would just be floating puppet.
Would you have preferred that behavior?
Yes, thank you.
Well, it's good
Let's
now.
add you in here. Yeah.
Very
You
good
like that?
now.
So,
How you doing? How
we
you
need to
doing?
hire you to be on our puppet show.
I mean,
because-
if you want to, I don't mind it.
Be careful though. He can
Is
get a little fresh. There.
it? Oh no! Oh no!
Hey,
he's-
hey, leave her alone.
No, I went there.
So this guy looks like the Count, and oh gosh, there's a movie from the 1980s called The Argon Quest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one. Have you heard of it? Oh, he looked for a second. Okay, you just wanted to be part of the
I don't even
situation.
know
I
if I can
respect
do
it.
Val's voice. Well, he's kind of a raspy cigar smoking voice. But
He's a
he doesn't smoke.
500-year-old elf.
Yeah, 500
Yeah,
year old
his
elf.
earlobes are exceptional.
As Brad would say, they are dope.
Yeah. Dope earlobes.
Yeah, so we intentionally gave this guy the heaviest ears we could, so that there would be a lot of ear movement
There's a lot of
on him.
just wonderful movement happening in
Yeah.
that guy. Oh, I love it.
Nice shoes as well.
Yep, elegant. Now, here's the question. What is his profession? Like, what does this guy do?
He's a librarian.
Like
he's like a
you
research.
look like an accountant.
He's a researcher. Yeah.
Stop!
He's not very stealthy. Well,
Stop!
He's like he researches deeply and then knows so much about his opponents that he can effectively fight them.
So he doesn't even need to be that
Yeah.
sneaky. He's just
Right. Yeah,
prepared.
yeah, uh-huh.
He's a Boy Scout rogue.
And it's like
forgotten how to do it over time. So it's a little, the memory.
and he's got a little teeny knife that was just so fun to make. Like I make a lot of the weapons out of EVA foam, and they're all just miniatures, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like you're just like leather wrapping this tiny little knife handle, and there's something so
Yeah, but
satisfying.
it's deeply satisfying.
Yeah. I've loved miniatures since I was a kid, and so building the weapons has been my favorite.
Wonderful.
thing.
All right, so would you? I mean, that's not
I think I'm
super
totally torn
frightening,
this one
but there's a
apart.
little
We're
bit of me
gonna
that's like,
Say
you
it.
really like
What?
making the weapons.
Oh, making the
A little bit of
weapons?
a sociopath. Like,
No, they're foam. They're foam.
I love his hair. Now, here's what do you think's the most fun situation these guys have been in so far in the story? If you could give us just a tiny taste.
Yeah, so let's the gondola scene.
That's pretty,
Yeah.
With a couple,
So
there's a gondola about the size of this table when we have 6 puppets. Is it 6 puppets?
yeah. So
6 puppets all in there with all of us trying to work them at the same time. A couple of bugbears.
yeah.
It's impressive.
Oh,
And it's a fun scene because so at this point you're 700 feet above the ground, right? These guys are in this floating gondola going up to a cliff.
absolutely.
700 feet above the ground, and of course you're in this tiny little contained box, and a fight breaks out. And so it's always just fun because
Yeah,
you know
It's a glass box of death.
Yeah, you know people are just going to plummet to their
Oh,
doom.
100%.
Yeah, and puppets plummeting to their doom is
It's about to be a great time.
is going to be good. Yeah.
I like having filmed with puppets before. 6 puppets in one space. That's a lot of bodies.
And
Yep.
yeah.
your bodies are a lot bigger than the
Yeah. We get close.
We
We're
do,
a close
we
group.
do.
D&D brings people together in ways you didn't think that would ever happen.
Actually, no,
beautiful.
it's puppets that bring people together.
Yeah.
That's I mean a solid point. Yeah. What's the weirdest position you've had to be in puppeteering?
Oh,
We may have been
we did that one big group shot
crisscrossed.
where we're all sitting basically on each other's laps.
You know how
And
you
you're kind
lay
of
your
full,
head
like-
on someone's stomach and everyone starts laughing?
Yeah,
was
yeah.
similar.
That's kind of what it was.
It was
With puppets,
yes.
though.
100%. There you go.
Yeah.
That's how that's going.
But with
I
us,
love
I
the
guess.
idea that you're in this position with the puppet and you've gotten so close to it that you're experiencing its feelings.
Oh, what
in
I
that
feel,
moment.
it feels.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's beautiful. So like a caress on the puppet,
Oh, thank you.
and you don't feel as lonely.
That's right.
That's beautiful.
I don't feel lonely anymore.
Symbiosis. Incredible. All right. So if
Lost all of his accessories.
Oh, his
bless his
tusks
soul.
have
His
fallen
tusks
out.
have fallen. We'll
if
put him in
you're
here. Don't worry.
dental work.
if you're at FanX, where can people come to say hello to you?
So we are actually doing a panel tonight.
Awesome.
7 o'clock. Dungeons and Dragons and Puppets is the name. We're going to have our puppets up there. We're going to talk about the show. We're going to actually show a 3.5-minute clip from the show.
Awesome.
It's in room 355B tonight at 7 o'clock.
355B at 7. All right, Tyler. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Hello. Oh, I had a moment. Tyler and Frank, bless you for coming in and chatting with us. What is, if you could tell the people one thing, what's your tagline for this show? Like, if you're in an elevator stuck with a person, you only have one line. You have to convince
yeah,
them
I'd
it's
say
great.
that one for sure.
I think our tagline would be, "We've been called nerds once or twice."
We're going to have
Fair.
T-shirts eventually that you can buy that on.
I
I think they'll do
here to
really well.
purchase
We've got to. We've been
all
called
of them.
nerds once or twice. Yeah, yeah. It's like we play D&D, and then you add with puppets.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you have become the god of nerds. Congratulations.
I know.
Thank you, Tori.
Well, thank you for hanging out with me, Gods of Nerds.
You're
and
awesome.
to all of you, thank you for hanging.
Thank
Have
you.
an excellent day. Come on down to FanX and watch the name of your show one more
Dash
time.
and the Defenders.
Dash and the Defenders.
Dash and the Defenders. Goodbye.
Here we got original Krusty the Clown, Simpsons Pop. Here we got Trunks, metallic Chase from the Dragon Ball Z line.
This comes straight from Australia. This is a custom metallic Super Saiyan God Goku. Custom.
Hi, and welcome back to FanX TV here at FanX 2021 in Salt Lake City. I'm Robert. I'm going to be hosting this interview panel with Sal Voluto and Peter David. We're going to be doing a spotlight on some of their collaborations and with a focus on The Phantom. Afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
So, The Phantom is one of the longest running, I know it was a newspaper strip when I was introduced to it, in comics and superhero characters in the world. I think that when I started reading it, it was Rex Walker was the Phantom, and then his son Kit took over. Yeah. But how did you two get involved with the Phantom and your project?
Well, the Phantom was really the first work that I ever did for DC Comics. When I first approached them about doing work for them, they said, we'd love to have you do a Phantom limited series. And I said, fantastic. It was penciled by Joe Orlando. I still have the cover for issue #1. It's autographed to me from Lee Falk. And it was fairly well received, and they wound up doing an ongoing series for a little while. And then eventually, time passed, and Hermes Press approached me about doing a limited series for them. And that's the project that I worked on with Sal.
And I was involved with the Phantom with the Scandinavian market, where the Phantom is like the #1 comic book character, very famous in both Scandinavia and Australia. Ironically, this is a very American character, the home of where comic books were created and where the first superhero in costume was created. But it's one of those situations where, because of the circulation of newspapers in Scandinavia that's been always large, and the news strips made the Phantom as well as many other classic comic strips character famous. So I've been working on their comic books, so a larger audience, people used to the character, very, very attached to it, so I had to be very careful, not just because this was historically, the first superhero in comic book history, but also because I was facing generations of fans that, you treat the character very well. So I've done a few years of the Phantom for the Scandinavian market when I was approached by the same publisher, and with this story, which Peter will explain, it's fantastic. It was a very good twist, and I couldn't say no. So it was quite a ride.
Okay, well, with a lead in like that, can you tell us the story?
Well, it's interesting because for a number of years, my ideal story that I want to do was The Phantom meets Tarzan. And I pitched that idea to Hermes Press, and they said, that is a great idea. We will get in touch with Edgar Rice Burroughs Properties and set it up. And they got in touch with Edgar Rice Burroughs, who wanted an absurd amount of money to be allowed to do it, at which point Hermes said, we can't afford to publish the book and give ERB that amount of money. So they said, can you tell the story but come up with something else? And I was thinking about it, and if you remember, at the very beginning of the Phantom comic strip, we met a guy named Jimmy Wells, who was kind of a ne'er-do-well society guy. Now, he was going to be the Phantom. The plan was to reveal that that was him in his civilian garb. But then Lee Falk went in another direction with the character. And Jimmy Wells, with no explanation, vanished from the series. And I was thinking about it, and I said, you know, if you ever met John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, you'd think he was this, you know, large, personable, big British guy. It would never occur to you that he was Tarzan of the Apes. There's nothing about his attitude that tips off the notion that he was raised by apes in the jungles of Africa. And I said, well, what if Jimmy Wells is Tarzan? We'd have no way of knowing what his background was. He wasn't in the strip for very long. So let's tell the story and have Jimmy Wells take the place of Tarzan. And instead of Jane, I had him married to the Baroness, who was an old enemy of the Phantom. And honestly, I think the story worked out much better because I used these characters who were part of the Phantom lore pretty much from the very beginning.
Yeah, it was the first series, you know. All these characters appear in the very first strip.
Wow. Right. I mean, the Baroness supposedly died when in an airplane crash. Jimmy Wells, the next time we ever saw Jimmy Wells was in the Billy Zane Phantom movie, where he showed up and had a small role, but he was nothing like the comic strip version. And so I wound up telling the story that I wanted to do, but it was great because when the Phantom first encounters Jimmy Wells, they start battling each other because when two heroes encounter each other for the first time, naturally into a fight. Of course. And Diana comes running in, and the Phantom says, Diana, get away. And she says, Jimmy? Jimmy Wells? And Jimmy stops and he goes, Diana Palmer? And she leaps into his arms. And the Phantom is sitting there going,
what's going on?
What the hell is happening here? You know, and she says, why were you fighting the Phantom? And Jimmy says, this is the Phantom? I thought he was a pirate. You know, so it really worked out extremely well. And then they come to his house, and he says, I want you to meet my wife. And she looks at him, and she says, Phantom! And he says, Baroness! And they've got these rifles mounted on the wall. She grabs the rifle and aims it at the Phantom. The Phantom has guns and aims at her. And Jimmy's standing there going, I take it you two know each other. You know, so it was really just a lot of fun because I was able to exploit
but
these
as she
characters'
grabs
histories.
the gun, the issue ends. So that's the classical cliffhanger of the movie serials of that time.
Yeah.
So it had the feel of, you know, the 1930s.
Yeah, that's fun. So when you got the script for this, what was your first thought of, like, as you're turning the pages and reading the script, thinking about how to bring this to the page?
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that?
Like I always say, you know, the writer doesn't write for the readers. He writes for the artist first. So his mission, if he decides to take it, is to make me see those things. So yes, I could see everything. I was familiar with the saga, with the character. Like I said, I've been working on it before. So I had a lot of chuckles, you know, and tried to create those scenes, especially the cliffhangers, you know, in a way that it would be dramatic and appealing. And so it was fun. It was a pleasure He, along with a few others, has the power to make me see things. And I've been in the business for a long time, and I know the difference. So that in turns, goes to the artwork and goes to the readers. It's that synergy. It's like electricity, propagates all the way there. So.
And so then when you saw the finished artwork, was it exactly as you had pictured it coming to life?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Sal absolutely nailed everything that I wanted to see in the book. And if anything, he improved on it. I mean, the visuals complemented and elevated the material to a higher level than my words could possibly have brought it.
Excellent. And was that your first collaboration together, or had you worked on other projects before that?
No. You've got our first collaboration right there. We did a two-parter in Justice League Task Force, which is interestingly notable because I sent a task force of women, superheroines, to this lost underground city populated entirely by women. It was pure H. Rider Haggard. And John Jones was leading the mission. But he was a shapeshifter. So he shapeshifted into a female form, which broke up all the women who started calling him Jones. And what was interesting about it is that the head of the women who they go to infiltrate instantly falls in love with him because, of course, and she winds up marrying him. And the thing that's interesting is I had the two of them kiss. And the Comics Code Authority says, no, you can't show two women kissing. And my contention was, we're not showing two women kissing. One of them is a guy. John Jones is male. He simply shapeshifted into a female form, but he's not really a woman. And the Comics Code said, we don't care. You can't show two women kissing. Which and Sal wound up drawing the sequence, but cropping them at the head.
Yeah.
So you didn't see
They
it.
did it. I did the kiss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He drew.
They cropped
Really,
it.
I never actually seen the actual kiss.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I find amusing is that now DC publishes Batwoman, who is openly gay, and the Comics Code Authority is long gone. So, in the long term, I won. They won the short-term victory, but the war, they lost.
Now, speaking of working with writers, okay, and the way they inspire you, Task Force had two peculiarities which were similar to each other. One was that it was a rotating roster of superheroes. They changed from story arc to story arc. And also, the other one was that it was a rotating roster of writers. I was the fixed element. It was the only artist dealing with all these big names, him included. So every time it was also a big adventure for me to do these things. And that story, I mean, it was nothing at first. It was just, another adventure, but then it became famous for that, or infamous for that. But it had that kind of energy, to make the story interesting, appealing, in any way.
Fun. That's. I'm gonna have to try and find this issue now because I want to read this story of Martian Manhunter, or the female Martian Manhunter, and a bunch of Justice Leaguers finding a lost tribe of Amazon women, and that adventure just sounds fantastic. So thank you for that.
That's Peter David to you. He always does it for you.
You mentioned the Comics Code nixed the idea, and that you won the long term of them going away, so to speak.
Yeah.
So how do you feel as a writer and as an artist now, with the Comics Code not being as much of a constriction in your art forms? Or does it change the way you write or draw at all?
Well, the publishers have their own restrictions too. I mean, now we can't show anybody smoking a cigarette. So that can be, so I wrote Wolverine sitting there eating pretzels, just so I could have something hanging out of Wolverine's freaking mouth. But every publisher has their limits and has their things that you can't do. I mean, I'll give you an example. Some years back, we outed one of our superheroes. From Alpha Flight.
North Star.
North Star. We outed North Star. And believe it or not, adults were returning North Star toys to either Target or Walmart or something like that. And Target or Walmart or whoever it was complained to Marvel Comics. And we got an edict from the upper management saying, you can't do anything controversial in Marvel Comics anymore. Because they were not only returning North Star toys, they were returning any mutant toys. The entire X-Men line. And they said, you can't do anything controversial. And
Fiction meets reality.
And I did a storyline involving abortion in X Factor, which the editors absolutely loved. Because I developed a story in which they were able to develop a test to determine whether a fetus or an embryo had a likelihood to have the mutant gene. And if they did, the mother could elect to have the pregnancy terminated if she didn't want to give birth to a mutant. And the editors loved that story up until the edict came down, and they changed the story. So it no longer made sense. They said, yes, they can now determine if the baby is a mutant, but you can elect to have surgery that will eliminate its mutant gene. It's like, what? Are you out of your freaking minds? You can't eliminate the mutant gene. It's an impossibility. And the story then wound up making no flipping sense, but it was thanks to Marvel's edict. And I can tell you exactly when the edict was lifted. It was in an issue of Incredible Hulk in which I came out and said that one of the members of the Pantheon was gay. I mean, I kind of hinted about it, but I couldn't go into specifics until they came down. They said, yeah, that whole nothing controversial thing, forget that. We're done with that. And then I had, like the very next issue, Hector said, you hate it because I'm gay, don't you? So, I just put it right back out there. But we always run into weird rules, but at least they're internally weird. It's coming from the publisher. We don't have people outside of the publications coming up with their own edicts and telling us what we can and cannot do. The Comics Code Authority is now completely dead.
And have you found anything with your art outside of having them crop the Justice League issue? Has there been anything else that either the publisher or the
there
code?
There were other situations that we had to show, like sensuality and that kind of stuff. And I'm a pretty conservative type of guy, and but I think personally, my personal thing is that you can show more with less, and sometimes it's more sensual if you hide things than if you show it blatantly. The other thing that is interesting in my career is that I dealt with different countries, different markets. So you find these kind of rules, that are different from, Scandinavia to France or Italy, where things are completely, things are approached completely different. So you kind of adapt to the market that you're working in. You try to show things to get the right effect, like less is more kind of thing. That's my approach.
Okay. All right. Wow, I have a ton of other questions that are totally unrelated to your properties that I would love to ask, but I want to make sure that we do come back to your Phantom series and ask where can people find this? Is it still in print? Is it recently done or?
Oh yeah, it's been released as a trade paperback.
Okay.
And you can find that pretty easily, I think, on Amazon.
On Amazon.
Or go to Hermes Press and just order it directly from them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans before we close out, or where they can find you, where your social media?
Well, I'm on Facebook, and I also have my own website, peterdavid.net. I wanted it to be peterdavid.com, but that's the name of a cloisonné pin manufacturer. So much for that. But yeah, like I said, peterdavid.net and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm pretty easy to find. Just Google Sal Velluto. There's only one of me. And as far as the book, you go to Amazon. You know, the keywords are Phantom, Velluto, 2 L's, 1 T, and Peter David. And you'll find our work.
Awesome. Well, I would like to thank you both for being here and taking time out of your schedules to talk with us about your work. It's been a pleasure and an honor to meet you both.
Same here.
We'll be doing more interviews from FanX TV as the convention continues and closes out. Thank you for tuning in, and we hope that you will join us for more. And if you're here, please make sure that you stop by and see Peter and Sal while you're walking on the con
I'm
floor.
at table 1200, Bard's Tower. There's a 20-foot picture of me above me, so it's not hard to miss.
So it'll be easy to
Sal,
find.
where are you?
I'm with the artist guests, special guests.
Awesome. And with that, we thank you and hope you tune in again.
We're out. Wonderful.
All right, that works.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time. That is right. It is one of my favorite parts of the day. This is where I go ahead and I go and interview one of the men, the host with the most, Craig Price, one of the people that goes ahead and makes this thing tick. FanX, day 3. Can you go ahead and take a look at this? If the camera can pan over there.
It's the end of day 3. I've had 5 panels today.
You're going to understand why Craig is feeling like this, especially on day 3 of FanX, right, Craig?
I have been working since 9 a.m. today, but I get energy from this. This is my favorite time of year. We schedule this on our, we take off work. I'm postponing job interviews to be here. I am so happy to be at FanX that whatever tiredness I get, I'll wait till tomorrow.
I'm about to wake him up with some Ro energy right here.
Well, you cannot help but be awake next to you, Ro. You're such a handsome guy. The haircut is kicking it. You're just perfect. You go high energy all the time.
And what people are watching right now is a Ro filter. This is not real, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's all digital. It's all digital.
Exactly.
This, unfortunately, is real. That is a filter.
Don't even, Craig. We need to go ahead and get into what you do. Craig, for those at home that may not be here at FanX right now, can you give them a description of, what you do at FanX, who you do it with, and where people see you?
I am a host, but honestly, I'm more of a traffic cop for the moderating. My job is to set the table for our guests, make them feel comfortable, let them know that we have interesting questions we're going to ask, and then I unleash the crowd on them, and I just keep it moving, because, this is a very emotional time for a lot of people. They don't get to meet a lot of the great people you bring to FanX, and so some people get choked up, and my job is to not shame them, but try to get them to move along a little faster, because they want to ask a question, but there's 100 people in line that want to ask a question too. And one of the things I really want to do is make sure everybody gets a chance to ask a question, because they may not be able to afford an autograph or a picture. And that may be their only chance to meet that person in their lives. And to see the emotional reaction of that is unbelievable. I mean, it's really the most amazing thing to be sitting there watching someone meet their hero and interact with them, and it's something they'd never be able to do in real life, because we're not in Hollywood, we're in Utah.
Exactly. You know what? And I love that you're so considerate of that aspect of it. As somebody that deals with the goings-on of FanX, occasionally from time to time, I know that one of our main goals, just a little bit, I know one of our main goals is, first and foremost, to make memories, right? To go ahead and make memories and bring these people and make them as accessible as possible, especially those that people look up to, people that get motivated by certain stars, certain pop culture, celebrities and icons. And there you go. Like, if you've never been in the grand ballroom at FanX, it seats 5,000 people. So if you are one of those fans that's about to get that one shot, that one opportunity to ask Chris Evans a question, Misha Collins a question, it can be nerve-wracking, right?
It's nerve-wracking for me, and I do this all the time. But it's really, for me, I'm just as excited as they are to meet the celebrities, but I have a job to do, and I get just as much enjoyment meeting the celebrities as I do in making sure they get to meet them. It's like being the greatest party host in the world. That's why Chris does such a great job, because Chris has the same attitude. He is not there just to make stupid jokes, which are great, but they're goofy.
I'm exhausted.
But he's really there to make it the best possible time in between the guests, because there's a lot of stuff. If we just let the music run, it's kind of boring waiting for the next guest. So Chris does a great job of doing that. And then my job is to take that energy and put it into an interview, but also, like I said, keep everything running. I'm just as excited. I'm very fortunate with the people they've given me here at FanX. I've been doing this for about 5 years. And
he says very fortunate. Okay, Craig, for everybody that's watching this right now on the stream, tell them some of the names you've been able to moderate for FanX.
Well, we've got John and Joan Cusack at the same time, which when you ever have siblings, there's always that dynamic, and they really love each other. So it's not like they're sibling rivalries. They really, really love each other and support each other, and they're super fun. I had the North American conference premiere of John Cleese, which was a dream come true, because I did a bit with John Cleese on stage. When he's moving that seat back and he's getting all things going.
That's right.
Christopher Eccleston, was a dream for me yesterday. Misha Collins and Timothy Omenson this morning. Plus, just some of the actors that I wouldn't have known, like Patrick Renna from The Sandlot.
Yeah.
Sandlot's not my movie. It was just not. I'm not from Utah because I know it's a big thing in Utah, and also at the age, I was just a little too old for that movie.
Gotcha.
But I got to meet him, and he's such a sweet guy. And almost everybody that comes here is a sweet person because they don't need to come here.
Yeah.
I think that's what people forget. Celebrities are coming here because often on a television set, they'll never get to meet the fans. They're not on the stage. They're not a baseball player where there's a crowd every night. They don't really know how well they're doing until they get Nielsen ratings or box office. But when they get that fan interaction, it means the world to them.
Exactly.
And so to see all the people that come here, Pearl Mackie from Doctor Who, she is the one. Now this is before COVID.
That's one of my favorite panels that you've done.
She is a hugger. And she's hugging me, she's hugging my wife. I'm trying to be polite because I try to maintain a professional distance, but I adore her. And I feel like we're best friends.
Yeah.
And I have to say I'm supremely lucky to be in that position. And the only thing I feel my responsibility is to make that feeling that I get the feeling the audience gets.
Gotcha. And you bring up something super important. What is the magic? Like, how do you go ahead and create that? What are some of the best attributes that a moderator has? Because I say it because I know that a bad moderator, or maybe somebody that has a different kind of technique, inexperienced, they make it about themselves.
Yeah, no. I am not. No one knows me. You guys are looking and go, who's this Craig Price guy? My mom's watching. Hi, Mom. And she's the only one that's really excited that I'm on stage, and my wife as well. Mm-hmm. But nobody knows me, nor should they. I'm like an umpire. If you know who I am, I've done something wrong. And so what I do is I let the crowd do the heavy lifting.
Gotcha.
I'm the laziest moderator here. My job is to ask two really good questions, to set a tone that, hey, we're Utah. We're not frivolous, stupid people. We are smart, curious people who want to know more about you as a human being. So I'll ask them good questions, one or two.
And take it away. Yeah.
And then my job is to snipe.
Gotcha.
You wait until something perfect happens. And if it never happens, great. But if it does, you just say something that attaches to something. Maybe ask a good follow-up question.
Yep.
But it's never about me because, frankly, nobody knows who I am, and nor should they.
I love that technique because it's about the person they came to see. It's about relaying those stories and, again, those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities when you come to FanX to ask those questions, right, that you might never get a chance to ask them before
and it's a numbers game.
After.
It's a numbers game. I'm trying to get as many people who can to the question. Now, the guest may talk a long time, but that's great because that's why people are there.
Exactly.
I shouldn't take 5 minutes to ask a question. They can take as long as they want to answer, but as soon as they're done, let's get the next person because every single person who gets to ask that question is going to come back next year. And he's going to tell everybody what an awesome experience they had, how great the staff was, because that day changes for them.
Exactly.
Even if something less than, we all have hiccups.
Exactly.
Yep. If a hiccup happens later in the day, they don't care because Christopher Eccleston said I had a great jacket, or we were making fun of somebody's shoes or something like that. Whatever. They had a moment that they're going to keep for themselves and share with others, and it just makes FanX a very unique experience among cons.
You know what? I'm glad you bring that up because we have a thing called Magic Moments, right? And usually we trend with hashtag Magic Moments at FanX, and we see it because a lot of times people will record their interaction, that one question with that celebrity guest, and it's incredible. I mean, I remember when Zachary Levi was asked a question about mental health. Do you remember that moment?
I do, because I was standing behind stage because my panel was next. And he is such a great, warm, open guy. It was really funny because he came off stage, and I'm standing there because I'm about to go on stage with somebody else, and he sees 600 people an hour.
Oh, totally, totally.
And he's like, hey, it's good to see you again. I'm like, well, we've never actually met, Zachary, but it's really nice to meet you. And he goes, are you sure? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure of the two of us, I'm going to remember who met who. Yeah. It's a much bigger deal for me to meet you than for you to meet me. But I appreciate that attitude. And he is amazing with the fans, and that's what I love about here. So I like to see who's great with fans and who's okay.
Yeah.
And it always warms my heart when like Chris Eccleston, who notoriously a kind of a curmudgeonly actor. His actors are always dark and brooding.
Yes.
But he's such a goofy sweetheart. With the crowd, and to see him do that stuff is just heartwarming.
Totally.
So you don't even actually have to get pictures taken with him. You just stand, like we're right above where they do the autographs. You can just stand and watch the interactions, and you can see who is a great human being and a talented actor versus just some people who are good but
Exactly.
really go over the top.
And I think a talented moderator is able to bring that out of them, right?
Easy.
You,
No,
like you said, you're the umpire between the two sides, just kind of orchestrating everything along. But I mean, even with your years of experience, the A-listers that you've gone ahead and moderated for, you still get thrown those curveballs as an umpire. I remember you telling me a story about a situation where maybe, you know, because sometimes celebrity guests don't need, or maybe they at the last moment they don't want a moderator.
Well, this is a little different because it's the time of COVID.
Yes.
So rules have completely changed, and it's totally appropriate, and it's for the safety of everybody, not just the guest, but me. They're protecting me just as well as they're protecting the other person.
Totally.
So I'm behind stage. They're going to be a guest, and the guest doesn't want a moderator, which is completely understandable because this particular guest is very outgoing. He does a lot of cons, and he does a lot of cons on his own. And so that's fine. I give him a little fist bump and say it's good to, you know, sometimes me not being part of the show is the best thing for the show. So I step back because that's the other part of your job is to suck it up and move on. Don't throw the tantrum and get wine. Hey, maybe next time you'll get something even better.
I like that.
So I walk away. I ask, do you guys need me? Do you guys need me? Do you guys need me? It's COVID. No reason for me to hang backstage. Off I go. About 20 minutes in, they want to do something special, so they call me up, and they're like, Craig, you got to get down to the main stage right now. I'm like, what? Okay. You know, you just say yes and run, and I'm a fat guy, so I'm running, and I'm sweating, and I had to stop and get my jacket, which was great because I needed the time out to breathe.
And you already changed.
I already changed. I had a complete outfit just for this person, and then I changed back, and I get there, and I am drenched in sweat. Because, you know, I like to towel off before I come on here. I laid down. The couch is absorbing most of it. But I get out on stage, and I am just dripping because I had just run. And the first thing I do is sit down, and I go, are you as excited as I am? Because I'm sweating to death. I can't wait for what's going to happen. And you've got to do stuff like what's happening in the moment, I think, because it makes that moment theirs. It's not a generic trick that he says that every time. No, this is something that's actually happening now. That guy's sweating like a little pig. And he's actually there, and he's addressing it because he had to. Because why is this weird sweaty guy coming out all of a sudden?
Yep, and that comes from experience. That line right there.
Well, I've never had an experience like that. So
you just
have
so
to go with
quick
it.
And witty. And I think some of the things that you do out of FanX in your own personal time, I think that adds to the experience that you get, the wit and everything else. Do you mind telling the fans at home what you go ahead and do, like some of the other stuff that you're streaming?
Well, first off, I do have a podcast. It's a movie-oriented podcast, and we've been doing that for 5 years. I work with a very, very talented film critic, Alan Cerny, and we talk quality, heroic cinema. So every movie is a great movie. It's a movie we like. It's not one of these movies that make fun or watch movies ironically. We really care about these movies. So we talk about the movie. Every movie we recast it, not because we don't like the actors, but we love the characters and we'd like to see other people's interpretations of it. So we do a little what if.
Okay.
We double feature it. What would be another movie that maybe you wouldn't know about that would be a good match so you could make a date night out of it? And that's our episode. Now that I do so many conventions and they're always looking for good things, good panels, we made a game show that was supposed to be premiere at Salt Lake 2020.
Gotcha.
But things happened and we went video and we call it the cast off. And that is where we take the recasting segment and we pit two people against each other.
Yeah.
And in live situations, we actually have people vote. We're going to do that tonight at 7 o'clock. They're going to vote, and we're going to recast Doctor Who. We got 5 different characters. And then we're going to do Glengarry Glen Ross, which is not necessarily a typical movie, but we're doing it with Muppets. And they're going to have to do the voices, and they're going to have to sway the audience, because we usually use judges for the show, because it's hard to do.
Totally.
But here, we want everybody to participate, so pandering can help live situations. It's been super fun. We've had a lot of people on. Our programming director here, Blake, has been on it. We've had so many panelists, so many moderators, so many guests. It's been a fun show, and it's also helped me get used to being on Zoom and on video cameras.
Totally,
and things
totally.
So I feel like I can pretty much do everything as I look into the camera and do everything we need to have a show run at any given time.
There you go. There you go. Now, I mean, we have a couple minutes left, but where can people go ahead and find that podcast? Where can they go ahead and see it, the streams, everything?
It's Matinee Heroes and everything. So matineeheroes.com, Matinee Heroes on Twitter, Matinee Heroes on Instagram. And then you can go to Matinee Heroes /castoff. and that will send you to the video where you can go to the different options we've got. We've got Twitch, we've got Facebook, we've got YouTube, but Matinee Heroes is the place to be, or the Cast-Off Show is our Twitter handle.
Yeah.
And we do it every Tuesday night at, I'll say 6 p.m. Pacific,
Yeah.
because it's 7, I guess it's 7 here in Utah. And we do it every Tuesday, and we've been able to take recordings from conventions, and I do a PowerPoint. It's so that you can see the people they're talking about.
Gotcha.
That's the important part,
Yeah.
because if you do an obscure actor, that you like Stephen Tobolowsky, we love him, but I don't think everyone knows what his name is, but you see his face. Oh, yeah.
You recognize it.
So it's a lot of visuals. So I've learned so many techniques on how to do a YouTube channel and all
Yeah.
that stuff. But it's also just fun, and it's a great thing to bring to shows, and it builds the brand. I don't know what that is. I don't know what my brand is. I think it's generic, but that's okay. But yeah, it's real fun. We're going to have you on at some point, Rob.
Exactly. I know. We're going to make it happen. I've been a little bit busy with this show, right? I know.
What? Come on.
Excuses,
Let's-
right?
What? Look, there's barely anything going on here. There's only like 65,000 people in here today.
Happy day 3, everybody. FanX, downtown Salt Lake City, Utah. You know where to find Mr. Craig Price. And check this out. Also, do you have a merch store? Because
I do.
need that
Go
shirt.
to matineeheroes.com/store. Real original title. But
know,
yes,
I
we
like
do
that.
manatees, because when we first started, everyone made fun of us. Is it Manatee Hero? And instead of just saying no, we really dug into it, and we have Indiana Jones, we have Wonder Woman, we have aliens.
Yeah.
We've got we had Batman Joker one time, because I was doing so many
Ah,
Batman panels a couple
gotcha,
years
yeah.
ago. And all manatees, all custom made just for us.
I like that. And
Joel
you know
Micah
what?
Harris.
Deep Dark Secret. It's just you and me. Nobody's watching, right?
Yeah, I know nobody's watching. Hi, Mom.
I thought it was Manatee as well
Everybody
until
did.
I did a triple take, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's definitely not.
There are no manatee
I
heroes.
thought you had a passion for manatees for
they're
some point.
lazy. They're just speed bumps in the water. They don't do anything.
So just like me with Dad Bod 2021. I gotcha.
Well,
I
yeah.
gotcha.
I've got like a clique of dads, a
Dude.
gaggle of dads. But no, manatees are very endangered. So if you do what you can for the manatees, but also throw a couple shekels my way, I'd be happy as well.
There you go. There you go. Serving the community as well. Check this out, Craig. 2.5 minutes left. What is one of your favorite memories, standout memories from these conventions? Because you do go all over the place. I mean, we have friends in the industry, and you like to visit them from time to time. I am a little partial to our event, though. But
I am. Well, my favorite memory of all time that is non-FanX is the time I got to interview Kevin Conroy, the true Batman.
There you go.
And he was telling me a story, because we were in San Francisco, and he was telling a story of the time he was at Juilliard, and he shared a apartment with Robin Williams and Christopher Reeve. And he would bring girls home, Kevin would, but they didn't have rooms. They had sheets hanging up, so they separated the room that they had, because it's New York, very expensive. And Robin would be on the other side of the sheet doing voices. So Kevin is trying to put moves on his date, and this is over here, there's a little man speaking over here. And he's doing all kinds of stuff, and she's like, who is that? And he tells a great story about Robin, and that, because Robin here is my hero.
Yeah.
And it really hit me when we lost him. And to have that story, which is recorded and you can hear at matineeheroes.com. I'm learning. I'm learning from the master.
There you go.
It is so heartwarming, and it's just to find out that Robin was doing that on his off time. He was just the way he think he would be.
Yeah.
He's a little shy away from the camera, but he was such a sweetheart in real life, and to capture that moment, which I don't think he tells that story very often, was amazing. So that's what I go for. I want to ask a question that nobody's heard the answer to.
And that's it. That's right. You right there. You hit the nail on the head. This is why we come together as a community in the safest possible way that we can, right? Given the circumstances and time frame. But those are some of the things that people get out of panels. And I always get asked that. They're like, "What is a panel? Why should I go to a panel? I want to go to the awesome vendors. I want to go to this part, that part, cosplay contest." I said, "You're missing out on these gold nuggets that once you go and find, you're going to be addicted to. It's super awesome, super funny. Sometimes you're going to go ahead and shed a tear. Like there are stories.
I've had several people cry on me.
And sometimes you're going to laugh and cry at the same time. And you're going to go ahead and look at the person next to you. You go, "I'm not crying, you're crying." And then the next sentence, automatically everybody's bursting out laughing.
The strangest time is, and it was the most beautiful moment, I was doing a Star Wars convention, and two gentlemen from The Mandalorian, Tate Fletcher and Salah Harris. So Tate is here.
Yep.
Head on down to the vendor floor, great guy. And Salah played Saruman in the Lord of the Rings movies, and he plays the dog guy in one of the episodes. So they were talking to each other, and we were doing things good. And I asked them, real casual, when I do this, this is the one thing I always do for a gimmick. I go, what's so special about Tate? I mean, you guys like each other. You seem very friendly. What's so special about Tate? And Sala empties his soul. He starts to cry. Tate starts to cry. Then Tate explains why he's friends with Sala. They're crying. I'm trying to hold it back. The audience is weeping. It was a absolutely beautiful moment from two gigantic, massive men that you would never think would ever cry ever. And that is what it's all about.
Look, things like that you can experience at conventions like FanX, especially. Make sure next time you come and visit in person, check everything out. Check out our friend here, Craig Price, the Pro's Pro.
I like this part.
Exactly. I'm Latin, so I use a lot of facial
I'm
and hand
Italian,
gestures.
so I have to pull
even
this
when
right
I'm just
here.
like going.
Otherwise, we'll poke each other in the eye.
In a past life, I was a pantomime, okay? Yep. Hey, remember, check out FanX Salt Lake City, Utah. You don't want to miss out. Go to the website, fanxsaltlake.com, for more details, not just on this event, but also on our future event afterwards. Coming live from day 3, FanX, Salt Lake City, Utah.
So
Craig,
great.
thanks so much. It's been a pleasure.
I love it here, and I will hopefully see everybody back next year.
Awesome. See you guys next time.
Excellent. Welcome back to FanX TV on Twitch and YouTube. I'm Jared Kwan, League of Utah Riders, Resident 164 on Twitch. I'm joined by the amazing Colin Cunningham from everything, it seems like.
Jared, it's good to be here. I am having so much fun. Like, I really, really am. It's so nice after 16 months, 18 months, however long it's been. It's just so nice to just get out and to have some fun again, man, and to just see the lightsabers out there and just everything that is fandom and these wonderful conventions. So I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. You know, having you to the conference is like a minimum staple in my mind. They should have you every time because you bring so much to the table, so much experience, so many different shows and pieces. Absolutely. We need to make sure you're here all the time.
It's funny, I mean, I've often said, as an actor, certainly, I think there's a real kinship. I mean, when I see people walking around with, I don't see them as costumes. I see it as wardrobe for the project that they're a part of. So I've always felt, and look, and all of us, you know, many of us gravitate to the imagination, and whether it be science fiction or what have you, because you can be the odd man out, or you can, growing up is tough, and I think that's why I went into the arts. My imagination had me wanting to pursue things and play things and dress up and do all sorts of different kinds of things. So it's amazing for me to make a living doing it, and how blessed I am from that, but also just to be surrounded with like-minded artists, really, because you see some of the incredible wardrobe and the amount of work that goes into some of this stuff. I mean, it's an amazing thing. It really is.
Absolutely. Now, I want to ask you a couple quick questions, mostly about when you started in the industry. You started in the theater, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I started acting on a dare. I had a buddy of mine was a theater major in a college. And he said, well, you know what, there's audition. And I was mouthing off, saying acting's lame, and it's easy, and anybody can be an actor, and you're not that special. And he said, well, there's auditions coming up at the school where he was going to, and he says, I dare you to audition. And I'm like, okay, sounds like fun. So we both auditioned, and we both got parts. And I was bit, man, I mean, really bit, because it was something that I realized that no matter how much you work on it or how much you pursue it, you'll never be able to master it. You just can't, because it's different each and every time you do it. It may be the same scene, but it's not going to come out the same way. And it's not about the dialogue anyway. It's about listening and responding and imagining. And anyway, it was something that I realized, wow, this is an amazing thing. But it also, with the same thought, I got very depressed because I thought, I'm an actor? I'm going to be an actor? Like, I mean, because you hear the stories. The stories are, you're broke, you're a waiter, you're out of work for decades on end. And I told myself, and you hear of people saying, well, I'll give it 5 years or I'll give it 10 years. I thought, no, if I'm going to do this, it'll be for the rest of my life. Either that or bury this feeling so deep that it never sees the light of day again. And I'm glad that I went for it. I'm glad I went for it.
Absolutely. And we're all glad that you went for it also. The different shows and movies that you've been on, you bring such a great richness to them, which is amazing. And it's funny, there's certain people you can't imagine anybody else filling that role, to be honest. So there's some really cool stuff. Now, the transition from theater to TV, was that like a huge mental shift also when it comes to, like, you know, how you memorize lines or how you work with directors?
Look, you hear the theater described as an actor's medium. And it is. It really, truly is, because you're absolutely on your own. You're naked, and you're going to start the show, and you're going to take it all the way to the end of the show. So it's not broken up. You know, in film, they get to shoot it in pieces, and they can move the pieces around, and they can add music to make the audience feel something, even though you're just standing there and you don't even know what you're doing. If you get some beautiful, you know, score, you know, John Williams to come in, they're going to help you out. And the lighting person is there to help you out. They're going to make you look good. And the clothes, somebody spent a lot of money and went out and they created these clothes. So much of the work is done for you. Whereas in theater, it's you. It's you, baby, and good luck to you. So it's a completely different kind of thing. But I guess growing up, I grew up in the generation where you didn't have a babysitter. Your parents would put you in front of the television, and then they'd go to work for the next 10 hours, your mother and your father. So I grew up just watching TV, and at that time, there wasn't a whole lot of content like there is today. So they just replay the old movies. So I grew up on watching Martin and Lewis movies and James Cagney movies and Humphrey Bogart and Edward G. Robinson. And I mean, the list went on. And then the older you get, you discover the directors, you know, and you discover the Martin Scorseses and the Elia Kazans and the John Fords and John Huston. And it's just amazing. And so I guess that was my intro. I was going to film school before there ever was a film school. You know, I was just weaned on this amazing stuff. And I think, so when I do a show now or a movie now, my references are, I'll think, well, what did Andy Griffith do in A Face in the Crowd, directed by Elia Kazan? I would think, what would these great masters do? And I don't know, maybe that's colored my career or some of my choices, but I don't even know if that's an answer to your question.
No, you did absolutely answer the question, and I love the approach that you took, and really schooling yourself and bringing you into that medium. That's really neat and really inspiring, really, to know that, hey, the entry requirement isn't, by the way, you have to have graduated this school. You had to do these steps.
No, look, I dropped out of high school. I never graduated high school. I've never taken an acting class. I never did. When I audited a few, I checked out a few, but I found that the guys were just going to acting class to pick up on girls, and it was just a different kind of thing. And I'm like, I wanted to act. So instead of going to acting class, I would find an old cafe somewhere and say, hey, let me put on a play in the back. Or you just find an empty room, and it was like, let's produce our own show. You know, so that's a lot of what I did.
That's incredible to hear the way that you approach things. That's really
Look,
inspiring.
if I may just interject, I think an extremely important thing for anybody, whether it's creative or you're going to work for a real estate office, don't ask for permission. Ask for people's help. If you really want to do something in life, don't go around asking people for permission. You're putting them a step above you when it's unnecessary. When you ask somebody for permission, it's really easy for them to say no. But you ask somebody for help, and you look them in the eye, who hasn't needed help in their life? No matter what it is, I need a ride, I need to make a movie, I need to do whatever. So when you ask somebody for their help, it just changes the dynamic, and it gives you retain the power, and you connect with somebody one-on-one, saying, look, I need your help. Can you help me? And then wait for them to answer, as opposed to, will you give me permission to? It's just different. It's just a different kind of approach.
Man, I love that advice. That is truly inspiring because it transcends any one particular career or job. That's awesome. I'm so glad you shared that. Now, in your career, you went from, of course, just actor. You moved into the director side of things. Yeah. Now, what kind of challenges that, or like what inspired that decision to move that way?
Well, it was weird. Well, I mean, what I'm working on now is a feature project called Centigrade Rising, which started from a short film that I made called Centigrade. And I wanted to do Centigrade because I wanted to take the leap from actor to director. And I'd already been directing. I've been directing music videos for CMT, and I've been doing, but they were for other people. I was a director for hire. And I thought, well, look, I really want to do something that's mine. And if it sucks, I'll take the hit. And if it's pretty good, well, then I get to take a bit of the credit as well. But it was interesting because I remember the actor that I had for it coming up so many weeks before the shoot. They said, I'm not going to do it, man. It's a short film. I'm not sure what you're doing, and it's not really my thing. I'm more into TV and film and feature-length stuff. And I'm like, okay. So I ended up having to do it myself, which was extremely difficult. To direct yourself, especially for the part, was really, really intense. Anyway, long story short, we submitted it to some film festivals. We won everything there was to win, and we ended up making the short list for an Academy Award nomination, which was just, it was so validating, you know, and you just put so much work into something, and it was because we took the shot. It was like, let's do it. So now we're taking a different shot. We want to develop the short into a feature film. And it's interesting because Centigrade was originally, we pitched it to MGM, and they said, this is fantastic. And they said, we'll take it. We're going to turn it into a TV show. But they had to go through some financial restructuring, and so it didn't happen with them. And then I had an audition for a little show called Falling Skies. And I thought, well, this isn't going to go any more than a season. And it was 5 years with Steven Spielberg. So jump to 10 years later, and now it's like, let's make this movie. So look, I guess what I'm saying is that the struggle never ends. You know, not to call it a struggle, but there's always something new to do. There's always another challenge that you need to face. And none of it's easy. If you want easy, make a sandwich. You know, you want something that's worthwhile and hard. It's going to test you. It's going to maybe take you to within an inch of your breaking point, and then you need to expand. You know, so that's what we're doing now. We're doing Centigrade Rising is the name of the feature, and you can go online to centigraderising.com to find out more. You can hit the donate button. You can give us $1. You can just say, hey, way to go. You can like us, because we've decided to take it straight to the fans, to the sci-fi fans, to Stargate fans and Falling Skies, and anybody that has an artistic bone that says, yeah, I want to support doing something different. You know, it's a great thing.
That's super impressive. And I love that you're taking it straight to the fans, because if there's one thing we've learned, the fans are so passionate and they really want to support, and they're so hungry for great content like that. I think that's brilliant, taking it directly to them. I think that's
No, and look, and the amazing thing is, God, the fans are so generous. I mean, they really, really are. I'm not talking about my film, but I mean, when you look at the Make-A-Wish stuff and the Stargate fans that I've known and the money that they've raised for charities and for cancer research, and it's unbelievable. It really, really is. I'm such a bigger, better person because of my experience with the fans. I think when I was a younger actor, you think, yeah, okay, I'm on a show and I'll go meet some of the fans, and then you meet them and you realize that they're so much like you on a creative way or on a human way. And I don't know, I'm rambling now. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm trying to pay a compliment that doesn't sound like a bunch of crap. Is what I'm trying to do. But I've been consistently and always amazed at the generosity and the gifts that we receive as actors, and we get a lot of that back when we come here. You know, we do what we do, which is a gift in itself. But the people, when they offer their thanks, or it's so many generations of Stargate fans, which is wonderful. My daughter's daughter is now watching the show, and you just realize that you're a part of something that's so much bigger than you. You know what I mean? And it makes you bigger, and it's a really neat thing. It really is.
Now, taking on all of these challenges, moving and pushing your career, have you ever had a moment where you suffered from like an imposter syndrome?
Define imposter syndrome.
I mean, where you feel like, I belong here, but I don't know that I really belong here in this situation.
Yes. I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but this is the first thing that I think about. And I won't name any names, but I remember I'm a big fan of one particular movie, and there's this actress who won an Academy Award for it. And in my eyes, she's 1,000 feet tall. I mean, it's everything I've ever aspired to be as an artist. And I met her once at a convention, and I didn't want to, because she was sitting at a table, and I was sitting at a table. And I'm like, no, she should be in a golden throne with fire and sparklers and doves floating, you know, and butterflies launching and what have you. I'm the one who should be sitting at a table, not you. So that is weird. But then you realize that, look, I'll tell you a quick story.
Yep.
I was at a Chicago convention, and I wanted to meet Peter Mayhew, you know, Chewbacca from Star Wars. And I waited in line, and I had the headshot, and I wanted him to sign it for me. And I was so excited, because as a kid, man, it was like, it's Peter Mayhew,
right,
man, you know? And when I got up there, I was ready to say, I could barely speak. And he said, Colin Cunningham, we love the show. We love Major Davis. My wife and I watch all the time. Hey, can we trade headshots? And I was just floored. I I was just absolutely floored. And I don't know how to describe that. It was beautiful, it was weird, it was powerful. It was just so weird. You know, how can this actor, this incredible actor who played Chewbacca, know who I am from anything, and then ask, instead of paying me, no, let's trade. And it was just the greatest thing in the world. You know, it was just great. And then another convention, I got to work with Kenny Baker, R2-D2, and I was a Star Wars nut. I mean, my God, I remember taping like 6 rolls of not toilet roll, paper towel rolls. I taped them all together and was going around the house swinging it like Luke Skywalker. And here I'm getting to meet these my idols, and I got to work with Mark Hamill, you know, as an actor, and act with him. And the whole time you're acting, because you're playing Joe and he's playing Steve, and the whole time you're thinking, oh my God, you're Mark Hamill. You're Luke Skywalker. It's just all so strange and twisted and wonderful and beautiful and sad and everything that is life, man. It's a trip. I still pinch myself. So if that's what imposter syndrome is at all, yeah, I got a big chunk or whatever that is, man.
When I love those moments, they're so genuine, and then they realize we're all just human. You know, we're all people.
Yeah,
you know,
but
the world.
but the opposite side of that coin is I don't want to know that you're human. I want you to stay this illusion, because that illusion got me out of my little pissant town. It got me to aspire to do something more. It filled me with rage and fury to get out of my present circumstance, to end this bullshit relationship that I was in, or whatever it is, or to leave the house, or to not deal with the abuse, or yes, I can do it. And so they represent so much. And, you know, or when you were down and really depressed, or your girlfriend or boyfriend broke up with you, and all you had was some DVDs of this show that you love, and you were able to it got you through it, like a good song or music. So it's weird when I hear those words from someone else to say, hey man, Stargate or Falling Skies or your work got me through a tough stretch. And it's weird to hear that echoed back. It's just strange, man. It's just really strange.
Now, as the community, I mean, and I told you before we started, I was geeking out because I love everything that you've done, right? I'm a huge fan, and I love the different characters you play and the way that you go about portraying those amazing characters. So yeah, I can understand a little bit how weird that kind of sounds. Hey, you're like a hero to me. You're that person where I'm like, I want to meet you, secretly kind of don't want to meet you just in case you disappoint.
Well, exactly. You don't want to find out somebody's human. And it's, look, let's just say the cameras weren't here right now, and you and I met, and I was having a bad day. See, and I had jet lag, and I was pissed off, and I wasn't very nice to you, because that's the hard thing about being a celebrity. You got to be nice to everybody, and it sucks. Because sometimes you just want to have an off day. You want to be left alone. But you can't. It's like, that's a 9-year-old boy that just came up and said, hey, man, I think you're great. So if anything, it forces you to subscribe more, to focus more on the higher angels of yourself. So sometimes, yeah, you don't feel like it, but damn it, you're going to smile, and you are going to be a nice guy. You may not feel like it today. I happen to be feeling like it a lot at this convention. No, because it's been a year and a half of all that crap, and it's just so nice. So I'm feeling great being here. But sometimes when you've had to fly 12 hours to get to a convention, and all you want to do is die, and you've got to say hello to 900 people, and but that's magic too. It's great. It's great. I don't know, man. It's and then yeah, it's like, why me? What the look? I'll literally pass 8, 9 actors on my way to Starbucks every morning, and they're better than I will ever be, and they're not working, and I am. Why? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I just thank God that I've been able to go 30 years and to work with these amazing artists and to sit here with you. This is an amazing thing. It's hard to do. It's a trick, man. It really is. It's 30 years of sacrifice and blood and sweat and tears and thinking that you're not good enough and you can't do it. And settling and doing all sorts of stuff. I mean, I hopped in my car and I drove to Canada to go to film school, to start my own company, to produce and write and direct a movie and put me in it. Why? Because nobody else would hire me. That stuff's hard to do. It'll break you. It'll come damn close to breaking you and asking all your friends and their parents and your parents for money they don't have, but they believe in you and you're sticking your neck out. It's awful. But it's powerful stuff, but it's very real. It's very real. And every now and again you get lucky. You audition for a show like Falling Skies, and it's 5 years with Steven Spielberg. Or you get on a show called Stargate, and it's 10 years. And you're traveling globally, and you're talking to fans through interpreters because they speak Russian. It's just nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
Man, I can only imagine from the outside how and what that would look like or feel like. And so I can imagine what that would look like. Now, over the last 18 months, we've all been dealing with things, but we've also noticed like an interesting kind of shift when it comes to like the TV and movie industry. How has the last 18 months kind of affected your career, how you've been doing things?
I pause because it's in many ways a loaded question. There are things are changing in many, many ways. Things are changing in ways that you never had to think about before. Case in point, I did a show recently, and normally, look, as an actor, you go and you audition. The casting director says you're great, then the director will approve you. If it's a bigger show, the producers, it has to go to producers. And if it's a really big show, it has to go to network, all right? And then that's it. It's over. It went to network. I'm like, great. So it's good. And they're like, no. There's one more. I'm like, one more what? And it was basically their legal department needed to go through all of your social media. So now they're looking for a liability, you know? What has he posted? Who's he seen with? What's the bumper sticker on the back of his car? You know, what does that say on his shirt? What kind of a hat is he wearing? What color is the hat? And that has never existed before. And that's weird. And that's common now. That's a common thing. And it's so unfortunate because before you could interact with people and you didn't have to censor so much. Hell, you can't even say good morning now without offending somebody. You can't order pancakes without pissing off the waffles. So things have become so that it's a whole new world now, and it's a shame because it kills artistic expression, and it's just an interesting thing. And I know for me personally, I don't have Twitter, I don't have Facebook. I got off that horse a while back because I could feel it. It was getting negative. You'd say good morning, and somebody would say, "What's so effing good about it, you a-hole?" And it's just like, whoa. Yeah, it was weird. But I don't have that, and they wanted to know why. Why doesn't he have it? So, and I realized, my God, you can't even not be on it. Now you're suspect all the more. Why don't you? Why aren't you posting photos of your food? We don't see you on there. So I don't know how to articulate. I don't know how to navigate that because it's never had to be part of an actor's career. You know, you just show up, you do the work, you do the best you can. Don't be a dick, you know?
Right.
And make it happen. But now it's a whole other world. It's just a whole other world.
Yeah, and we've seen that across various shows in different situations where an amazing actor puts on an amazing performance and unfortunately they accidentally hamstring themselves 20 years ago that they didn't even know.
Yeah. You tweeted something 16 years ago and when you were 14 or whatever, and so it's that whole coming back to haunt you stuff. And things are going to change, so eventually it doesn't matter what you say or what you post. Somebody at some point in time in the future, so it's just like it's going to come back and haunt you, you know? So I don't know. That might be an excuse to say whatever the hell you want, really.
Well, where can people find you, find your work, and support your newest project?
If you can, please, look, we're doing I don't want to call it crowdfunding. It's a fan-funded shoot. Please go to centigraderising.com. Just check it out. Like us, don't like us. If anything, it may inspire you to make your own movie or make your own something. There is a donate button there. You can donate $1. Hell, if you've ever wanted to just do something more than watch a movie, you can come on board as a producer, as an executive producer. You can come out to the set. You can read the script, offer up some notes. We're opening it up to a collective kind of experience, and everybody's welcome to come aboard.
Awesome. I am so grateful for the opportunity to interview you and talk with you today. I'm, of course, Jared Kwan with the League of Utah Writers and Colin Cunningham.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
we got original Krusty the Clown, Simpsons Pop. Here we got Trunks, Metallic, Chase from the Dragon Ball Z line.
This comes straight from Australia. This is a custom metallic Super Saiyan God Goku. Custom.
Hey guys, so thank you guys for tuning in to FanX TV. My name is Stefan Watson. Earlier before, this was supposed to be a sit down with Andrew Cash, but you know, we're gonna have our own fun today. So we've got on some great content creators. Yeah, I'm gonna blow you all up. All right, this is gonna be fun. If you guys want to go and introduce yourself and where people might have be able to heard you.
I'm Tracy Mangum, and
I'm Jake Dietz.
And we're part of 2/3 of the Movies That Make Us podcast.
Exactly. Like
So-
I will tell you all right now, as one of their subscribers, go and listen. It's fun.
Thank you for being one of our 5 subscribers. We appreciate
that.
it.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to tell you guys that like I have multiple PCs with different IP addresses, so I'm all 5.
Well, it's always nice to sit down with our audience, literally, and talk.
You know what? I have questions about episode 29 when you all talked about. I promise I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to be that person.
We're doing a deep dive.
Deep dive, yeah, that'll be good. Episode 29 is like way in the rearview mirror. I don't know that we can remember anything from that episode.
Right.
I'm gonna have to look it up to see what we even talked about on that one. So
that's pretty much how podcasting goes.
True.
When people ask you the next week, like, "Hey, I've got questions about that," you're like, "Wait a second.
Did we talk about
what did we
that?
talk about?"
Okay.
Right.
I mean, like we record it and then we edit it, but I don't know that we listen to it a whole lot after that because we lived it.
Yeah.
We were there and then we forgot it. So it's you know.
You guys are lucky. I'm the editor of my own podcast, so I re-listen to everything.
We just let it go. We're like, if we took out every and ah, and it would, yeah, nope,
It
we're
wouldn't
good.
be there.
We just let that go.
Right. So, like, one of the things I want to be able to go and ask you guys, because one of the great things now about, like, everyone that's up over here is we've all been doing panels all weekend long. I want to know, how has your guys' con experience been so far?
You know, it's been really good, I would say. Number one, it's just great to be back doing this again. You know, after not having it last year and being here this year, it's been great. Yeah, it's different. We got to wear masks. We got to do stuff like that. But number one, I appreciate that the organizers are keeping everybody safe.
Yeah.
And doing what they can to do that. And I'd rather do that and be with my tribe than not have it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. The first day was really weird because I have not been around this many people in a couple of years. So I'm like, I'm not used to this. This is weird.
Forgot how to people for a minute.
Exactly. I totally forgot how to people. But no, otherwise, it's been a lot of fun. It's different, but I'm with Jake. I'm glad that it's actually occurring. We've had a lot of fun on the panels. I've got 2 more tonight, so we're going late into the show tonight.
How do you have 2 more left? Like, the con's not even open that late. Are you just doing one by yourself? Or like, all right. Just gonna.
Yeah, it's outside
So
across the
if
street
you're
over
at
at
the
Buca de Beppo.
When the floor closes, come to the panel rooms. We still have stuff to talk about.
Right. See, yeah, it's like I can definitely go and experience that, or kind of ride with you guys there, as far as like it has been kind of weird kind of coming back to it. The yesterday was my first day over here, and someone asked me for a picture and I had no idea what to do anymore. Like, do I smile? Do I you know, and it was weird for about the first 10, 15 minutes, and then after that it's like, oh, I'm starting to feel comfortable again.
I'm slipping back in. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and when we first were meeting friends and other panelists that we haven't seen for a couple of years, it's like, do you do the fist bump? Do you do the elbow? Do you do the hug? Do you what?
Tracy just went straight to hug. I don't know what he's talking about. He just went straight for the hug.
Regardless, yeah.
Tracy's a hugger.
It's true.
If you don't know, he's a hugger.
Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
The picture thing's a great one, though. We had somebody ask us for some pictures after our Movies That Make Us panel. We talked about Black Widow, which was great. We love doing pictures. I didn't know what to do, and I was smiling, but I still had my mask on. But I made sure that I was smiling because I wanted to. That's what you do for pictures. So I don't know. It's different.
Just need to have like a little mini sign on here. I really am smiling. And I did, like you can tell, cheeks raised.
Eyes,
yeah.
Yup.
I've got fat cheeks, so they like squint up really well when I smile.
Yep, it's pretty obvious. I'm speaking from experience as well, so that was not a knock on you.
No, you just called my cheeks fat,
No,
man.
I agreed that I have them too.
All right.
I love you guys. I miss you guys so much.
You know, and that's really what the con is about to me. Like, seeing the celebrities is cool, but seeing my friends that I haven't seen before and getting on panels and talking about stuff that I love and checking out all the great art that's out there.
Yep.
I mean, that to me is the fun part.
See, and that I think has been one of the biggest like starving points of everyone. Is like, okay, yeah, you know, everyone misses their friends, everyone misses everything, but it all smashes together in this great con experience where I like, okay, so my background is with a little bit of cosplay and things like that, and usually last day, every cosplayer, their feet hurt. Everything is just done. You can see them like taking off parts of their cosplay. It's just like, I just want to sit down, okay? You know, and so far every friend that I've seen is still hyped. Everyone is still like, look, let's go.
We got 3 hours left. Let's
exactly. You know, so I'm now seeing everyone just like, okay, yeah, who hit you with adrenaline? All right, let's do this.
Well, we had all this pent up energy. We had to get it out. But there has been good energy on the floor, which has been a lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
And it's been busier than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Especially Thursday. Thursday surprised me as to how many people were here.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. It's been great. I mean, I think it's as good as it could be expected, really, with the crowds and everything. I don't know that we would want it more full than it is.
Nope.
And I mean, I guess we would. More people is always nice. I don't want to say we don't want it more full, but it's been good.
During the pandemic.
And I will say this, by and large, walking the floor, the vast majority of people have been very good about keeping themselves masked and socially distanced. I mean, as much as you can. Today, socially distancing on the floor is very hard, so I'm glad to see most people wearing masks out there, and I think that's been really good. But I think we have a really great community that comes to FanX and participates, and I think that shows in a situation like this.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that I actually noticed specifically with that is, in usually going around Artist Alley, in previous years, it always kind of felt cramped. But this year, I mean, you have so much space. I have like most of the time, it almost feels like you're going through, a New York subway where you're quite literally shoulder checking people and whatnot. This year, I haven't had to do that once, and I've had area and time and whatnot, and I'm also a person where like I look out for some of the little kids as I'm walking around, and usually like you're saving them from getting trampled. It's been an amazing time just seeing like, oh no, we all have room to exist here.
Well, and in the past it's been where you have somebody stopping at a booth on this side, you got somebody stopping at a booth on this side, and then you have like one-way streets almost of people. Like you can't get another two groups like coming up and down. And it's hard to look at the art because you feel like you just got to keep moving because there's somebody behind you.
Oh, yeah.
But being able to take time and like really look at their stuff, that's been really fun.
Yeah.
Which means I've spent more money, so I think the vendors appreciate it too.
Yep, that's true.
Same. I'm really afraid over on Monday to sit there and actually look at my bank statement and go like, ooh, maybe my Netflix might take a hit, and so will Disney Plus. I really hate to see these go, but ooh.
I got no choice.
Yep. So, like another thing, we kind of briefly mentioned it before, but like panels. It's been something where my experience this year doing panels, and I've moderated quite a few, has been very, very, I'd say interesting, mainly because it seems like the audience is way more hungry for the panels. I mean, even there have been a few that I knew weren't going to have like outstanding numbers and whatnot, but they were definitely more filled than I really thought. Like one of my panels today, there was a little bit of a scheduling issue, and it just wound up being me standing on stage just talking about voice acting, for quite a while, and it just turned into this really great audience interactive panel. Like I had amazing fun, they had amazing fun. I wound up going and stealing two people's green apples. I did a backflip for them. We went and we all shared a mutual love for chicken nuggets. It was an amazing panel. And afterwards, they asked for my autograph, and I signed a box of Triscuits. Okay, I saw that on Facebook. Nothing is better than me. Like, can I have your autograph? It's like, great. Where? And you're expecting a pad of paper, and they just throw out Triscuits, and you're like, yes, this is what I live for.
Yeah, I think it's true, though. I think that the crowds in the panels have been really, really excited about the topics and really anxious to be back and doing this. I know we when we talked about Black Widow, we had somebody wanting to ask a question, so they came up to the mic, and we said, oh yeah, if you guys have questions, feel free to line up at the mic. And like immediately we had 5 or 6 people lined up. And there'd be panels in the past where you'd say, are there any questions? And you're like, now I've got to come up with 10 more minutes of content because nobody's got any questions. This year, people are on it and they're excited to be here, and I think that's been great.
We had some great comments during that panel, during the Black Widow panel. We had people who like were really, we had a costume designer for like the Utah Opera who's like talking about the
Shakespeare Festival.
Or Shakespeare Festival, thank you, And she's talking about how she noticed in the costume design, and you've got Natasha and Yelena, and they're in white, and the girls in the red room are in black, and it's showing how they're, and she's like, and then it was so refreshing to see costumes that could move with the female body. And it was like, those are really good points that we hadn't thought of, and nobody on the panel was going to mention the costuming.
Right.
Per se,
Well,
so
I don't
that
know.
was great.
We weren't going to mention it, at least. I don't know about
I'm not
nobody
the fashion guy.
Chelsea, Heather, and Val were all pretty. I mean, they could have, but
and,
no.
And Craig's wife.
Heather. Yeah, I said her name.
I was thinking Helen. I knew that was wrong. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's.
So, I hate it when somebody's like, "You're so and so's,"
Yeah.
She has a name.
Yeah.
But no, but we had a Disneyland Parks panel, or just a Disney Parks panel, and people were just so excited. And Val had just gone to Disneyland for B98.7, so she was able to tell them about like what to experience for the Halloween parties, and people were just so excited to be here, and that's just really fun.
Right. As someone that listens to your podcast, please tell me that Val has told you things about the Spider-Man ride and that experience. Like, did she go?
Oh, yeah, she did. I think that was like #1 on her to-do list at the park was to hit up the. People that listen to our show know Val loves Spider-Man, and especially Tom Holland. She has threatened many times to pack him in a backpack, I think, consensually.
Right. And I'm so bummed that we did not ask him if he would hop on her back when we got a group photo when he came a few years back. We thought about it, and at the last second we thought, but I wish we had.
But she did go on the ride, and I think she had high praise for it.
She said it's just phenomenal. Awesome. She said it's Toy Story Midway Mania to the next level.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm just now gonna I'm gonna leave right here. Y'all can handle the last 5 minutes.
In the last 6 minutes we can get there. You got to get to Anaheim now.
I'm out.
Yeah, she said the technology's so great because she said you think that you're aiming and pulling at stuff, but it's like fooling your eyes. She said it's just super immersive. There's no string to pull. There's no button to press. You're like just moving your arms as if you were shooting webs as Spider-Man, and she was just said it was phenomenal.
I cannot wait.
And now's the perfect time. The crowds have been low, and the weather's changing, and
oh, see, I see. As a Southern California native, I also realize what the temperature's about to do. And as much as, yes, I live in Utah now, trust me, I get back over to California, and that California skin comes right back, where it's just like, it's cold.
Yeah, the rest of us are like, what are you talking about? It's like
we'll
50 degrees, that's not cold. Yeah,
we'll go in January, and we'll be in shorts
and I'm packing shorts to
and we're
go,
like,
yeah.
Oh my gosh, this feels good. And then these Southern California people are like in down jackets. Oh.
Right.
But we love people from California.
Yes.
We want to make that clear. That's a whole state that we want to continue to listen to our show. So we love Californians.
Right. I'm glad you're letting us know, because the amount of times I say, like, I'm from California.
How dare you exist in Utah?
I'm sorry. It's true. There's a lot of anti-California bias, but I love California.
Where are we going on this how are we on this topic of anti-California?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's the fun thing with
this is why we need someone to supervise us most of the time, because Tracy and I, we'll
just
Well, then if we can,
I know.
Look, okay, yeah.
Get in here. Get in here.
Come on in, Val.
Someone like
wow.
USC Film School, thank you very much. USC Film School. There's nothing
University of
wrong with
Utah
California.
Film School, thank you very much.
We're rivals. It's all right.
I watched a lot of films. I went to the Dietz Household Film School.
There you go.
Some of them are here on this table, however, so
Love it.
those might be my actual VHS cassettes. I'm going to have to look later.
It's the movie we didn't talk about during our podcast.
Yeah.
This might actually be my Game Boy on the table.
I had
it looks
one of
just
those
like
Game
it.
Boys.
Do I get any points for running across the entire floor in my Mando
That
outfit?
is impressive.
I didn't push any kids over. None. Zero.
We were talking.
We were just talking about how Stefan goes through and saves kids from getting run over, and so that's a great.
But
great
we were also
callback
talking
to,
that typically on the end of the third day, people are like taking off of their cosplay. They're like, I'm just done. But this year there's like a different energy, and everybody's like still completely dressed up.
Yeah. And I was at the booth I was hanging out at, and we had 4 movies that make us fans come up to say hi. So that's what I was doing while you guys are just sitting here doing whatever.
We're just chatting away.
Well, we didn't know.
I'm just kidding. No, we got a compliment
he
on our
set
Black
up-
Widow
good.
panel. It was really great because when you do panels, you're never sure who's going to connect,
How the audience, right.
And they came specifically to get some posters that I had and also to say thank you for doing the panel. And one of the ladies said, I have to now go back and watch that movie and re-listen to your broadcast because a lot of the things that were brought up in the panel, like, she didn't think about. And so that I was just like, it gives me the chills. Like, I almost want to cry.
Great. Yeah.
Because the panels are about the fans. It's not about us. We're just like vessels of hopefully inspiring some,
And that's
conversation.
talk.
And that's our
right.
view on our podcast too. We're just vessels of
Information.
movie knowledge stuff.
We're not experts at anything. So
No,
you
that's
get
that-
what you pay for.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, okay, so I've already asked these two over here, and they've let me know. But how has your con experience been, Val?
Oh my gosh, like I have to say, I've been to a lot of cons, right? And I've been to this con since day one, minus 1 year, a couple of years ago, and I'm having so much fun. And I think because we have been away from everyone for so long, like
Right.
I'm so excited to see people, take pictures with people, hear their experiences, like being in the panel rooms and watching people come in, and we all just want to know how each other are. I think we're like more of a family now than we were, and the fact that we can have FanX, and FanX is like this big hug, and we all just came in at the right time, right?
Yeah.
It's just like this different energy. Like usually right now, I'm dead tired and I want to go,
Right.
and I'm thinking, oh man, it's Saturday. Like I need
This
another
is it.
day.
Yeah.
I need another day. So it's been fantastic. Thank you to everyone that has put everything together. I have to say, the staff that are in the panel rooms.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic.
I am blown
They've
away.
been great.
They
Like,
are
so
always great.
helpful. The music people are helpful. They go above and beyond.
The
but like
AV
the
guy.
volunteers are
Oh.
having fun, and they're even helping like asking questions. And so I love, because we're all fans. That's what we are.
Right.
We're all nerds. We're all fans. And we're all here to talk about nerdy stuff together. And I felt like I've connected with people more this weekend than at any other con I think I've been to.
Right. See, and that's actually something when you were talking specifically about the volunteers. I mean, I started like going to FanX as a volunteer, and it's something where after a while, you get tired and you kind of get frustrated throughout the day. I've had more volunteers that just like will follow me around to panels, and we're just hanging out, and they're sitting there doing their rounds, and I'm sitting there looking over at their captains like they're with me. No, they're with me. We're having fun. We've not got to.
You don't get them.
To be nerds in a while. Okay. So it's something where, like, yeah, I really do think that because everyone has been gone for so long,
Yeah.
it's now just we're just gonna have fun. We're just gonna have fun. So. I see we're coming up over on time. I want to be able to hand the mic over to you guys. Where can people see you? Where can they hear you? I'm just gonna hand over the mic.
Yeah.
I'll let you take
So
that over,
Movies
Jake.
That Make Us is the name of the podcast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. You can also find us at youtube.com/movies that make us, and follow us on all the social medias. There you go.
Yeah. We compare it to like book club for movies. It's three friends hanging out, talking movies.
Most of the time.
And usually none of us agree with Tracy, so.
I don't even agree with me half the time.
Like I said, thank you guys so much for sitting down. And I'm okay. I already talked to them about it, but you're gonna have to go and tell me about the Spider-Man ride. Like as soon as see, there we go.
Mando Spider-Man.
Yeah. There we.
I feel like I have T-Rex hands.
Thank you guys so much for going in and sticking around with us over here. If you weren't able to go and come out over to FanX, make sure that you're able to go and come out next year, join in the fun. And for everyone else that is watching, thank you guys so much, and we'll talk to you guys a little bit later. Joining us over on FanX TV, my name is Stefan Watson. Sitting with us today, we have the great opportunity to speak with probably someone as a content creator I have been sitting over here and losing my mind talking to. So we are sitting down with the great Chip Mosier.
Hello, everybody.
There we go. Yeah, so Chip, I'm telling you right now, one of the main reasons why I actually am so stoked to being able to sit with you right now is because as a person that grew up reading comics, actually like looking into the comics business has always been something I've been very interested in. So it's something where, yeah, I'm going to take this moment to be able to go and pick your brain a little bit about, and then, you know, we'll kind of go and go rolling from there. So first, if you can kind of introduce and kind of explain what you do for Comixology.
So for Comixology, I'm the head of content, and I oversee the Comixology Originals line, which is the exclusive content line of digital-first comics that are free to read if you're a Prime member, if you're Kindle Unlimited member, and if you're a Comixology Unlimited member. So we have about 40 trades that you can borrow right now. And then there's a couple hundred volumes of manga that we've partnered with Kodansha, the fantastic manga publisher, and we've underwritten the new translations of some key manga series that were never finished, that came out like in the aughts or had never been translated before. Drops of God, which all 44 volumes are available today. You know, so if you're a Prime member, and I'm guessing you might be, or a Kindle Unlimited member, or a Comixology Unlimited member, you can download all those comics and read them for free. And the biggest thing that we've done lately is we are doing a deal with Scott Snyder and his Best Jacket Press. And we're doing 8 titles, and we've been teasing the Scott-tober event. So it's Scott in October. We have Demons, which is Scott and Greg Capullo. We'll have that'll be a #1 debut. Then the next week we'll have Clear. That will be Scott writing with Francis Manapul. And then the third week we have Scott and Francesco Francavilla. And that'll be Night of the Ghoul, and that'll be the third week leading up to Halloween. So October's going to be a big deal. And again, free to read if you're a Prime member, Kindle Unlimited member, or a Comixology Unlimited member. Say that with me at home.
I'm telling you right now, like, having that much content pushed through, you know, do you get the chance to be able to sit down and read like the majority of it, or be able to sign off on those?
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of reading, but it's fun. You know, I mean, it's like the best. You know, it's like the best worst responsibility to have. It's like, oh man, I got to read these comics today. You know, I got to review these. So we don't act as a Comixology Originals is really a marketing brand. We don't really act as a publisher. So when we're doing a deal with Scott, Scott's really the publisher, and Comixology Originals is the brand. So we're acquiring the content from him, and he and his team, which includes veteran, legendary editor Will Dennis, who was at Vertigo and oversaw Scalped and Shepherd, Why the Last Man, et cetera, et cetera. You know, they put the books together. So it's really fantastic because, you know, Scott comes and pitches these 8 books, and we're like, yes, let's do them, and then they just come in, and so you know, there's this gap between approving them in the way that we work, which is quite weird. So there's this gap between us approving the deal and then us getting the content. So it's like, you know, it's fun to just see the magic happen, but we're never really involved in the nitty gritty, and so you know, it's super interesting, and yeah, I mean, I just pinch myself every morning. It is literally the best job I could imagine for myself.
Doggone. See, that is something where, you know, over this last 18 months that, you know, having to go and deal with COVID and whatnot, it's been something where now having more content to be able to read, to be able to, you know, to be able to experience has been something where before, yeah, I could go and wind up going over to a party. Couldn't do that before, or can't do that now. So it's something where now going over to Comixology, going over to different outlets. Audible has been my saving grace, but I've been noticing that there's been so much more content being pushed through. Has that actually been in response to COVID, or has it just been that there were so many that were just inside the pipe that you guys were like, you know what, everyone go?
Yeah, I think that I don't know if anyone had enough time to like ramp up the content because COVID came so fast. I think that it's probably just an aspect of people really focusing on the options that are available. I mean, we are in a golden age of content. Like I go home at night and I'm like, oh, I want to watch crime shows from Denmark, and I can. And not only can I watch one crime show from Denmark, I can watch a lot of crime shows from Denmark. So it's great that we have all these options. It's great that people are noticing it, and it's fantastic to be able to offer all these digital first comics that like one of the stories I'll never forget is I had a service member who was stationed on a boat, and he was like I can't get comics any other way other than digitally, and so it's great to do that. And then like with COVID and quarantine, we were all on a boat, not being able to go to a store or whatnot, and that's so it's just it's fantastic to be able to get these comics into people's hands that love the medium. And then in the past year, we've announced a print output deal with Dark Horse Comics. So we're starting to put most of the Comixology Originals books into print, which started happening this year. So we have the best of all worlds.
Right. So, kind of speaking about some of the newer titles that y'all have been ramping up and going forward, I see that you've got something that you guys have been working on and actually went through a Kickstarter for. Yeah, you can actually tell me about it.
This is my other hat. Hang on, let me take off my Comixology hat. Maybe I won't take off my shirt and reverse it. But yeah, so I've been known to write a comic here or there. And so, I've been working with some friends of mine on this comic book myself, and I try to keep my day job separated from my personal stuff. So with blacking out during COVID, unbeknownst to me, I didn't plan to launch it during COVID, but myself and Peter Krause, the artist, did this book called Blacking Out. It's about a drunk ex-cop looking for redemption. It doesn't end well. It's a one-and-done 56-page graphic novel, and we produced it in the classic bande dessinée style. Being part of Comixology has I've gotten to go to Japan, which is a multi-billion-dollar comic book industry. I've gotten to go to Korea, and I've gone to France a lot, and I've fallen in love with this French format and size, which is much bigger than the United States. And this is just how the Franco-Belgian market, they don't do single-issue comics. So we did this crazy noir comic book, and me and Peter Krause, and then we got Julia Brusco, who did the coloring on Scalped, and she was amazing. And then Ed Dukeshire did the lettering, and he's like the most incredible letterer in comics. And then Tom Muller, who just redesigned all the X-Men books, all the logos and everything. I've known Tom for years and wanted to work with him, so I got him to design the cover and the logo, and we did this Kickstarter, and we raised about $50,000 and during COVID, which was fantastic, and then of course shipping was interesting, and so I was, my plan was like, oh, we'll do the Kickstarter in March, and then I'll have it, because the book, we just did the book, and so we had the book done, and so it's like we're just raising money to pay for the printer, and so I had like a $500 goal for the Kickstarter, which was kind of ridiculous, and we obviously made
way more.
We made like 100x of that. So then I thought to myself, yeah, we'll do it in March, and I'll have the book. Then I'll 30 days later, April, we'll print it in China, and then July, August, we'll have it shipped out. It'll be great. Yeah, that didn't happen. So March came, COVID shut down. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to wait for the Kickstarter. And then it's like, okay, so we did it in May, and then that ended, and it's like, okay. And then it's like, okay, so now we got to get it printed. Okay, like, you know, printing it in China. Okay, that took a while, you know, and then it's on a boat. And, you know, usually a lot of comics are printed in China. So usually you print them in China and they come in a boat and they get in the port of LA and then they're distributed and it's, you know, like 6 weeks. Oh no, like, you know, the boats are in the bay. They're, you know,
Sitting in the port.
They're sitting in the port. And so yeah, I think, you know, by February, most people had their copies. So I appreciate everyone was super cool about it. I was like, hey, so yeah, I know we said that we'd get this out as soon as possible. Soon as possible is February. So it was an adventure. I'm super proud of the book. You know, I had written one other comic before this, about 10 years before. So I'm like the slowest comic book writer in the world. And Peter's Button, the artist who most well known for doing Power Shazam for DC and also Irredeemable for Boom Studios with Mark Waid, and Peter was like, you know, you should write more. So we're baby stepping in the next project. I don't think it'll take 10 years.
Okay, I was just about to ask.
But if in 2031 we're sitting here talking about it, you know, don't blame me.
See, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Okay.
I'm hoping sooner. But
Okay.
you know, I'll make sure. I'll make sure.
But yeah, so when I'm not like working in comics during the day, I'm working at comics during the night. One day I'll get tired of comics. I don't know.
I hope you never get tired of comics.
I don't
all right?
think I will.
I'm telling you right now, looking over at the back of this where it says A Tale of Fire and Murder in Southern California. I'm from Southern California, so I'm like, I need to read this. Do not take 10 years.
It's you know, people really people who've read it have told me they liked it. That's great. I think it's pretty good, but you know, my wife likes it, so that's all that matters.
See, there you go. See, you hit upon the actual, like, the meat of theirs. So, you know, another thing that as I've been sitting down and you know, and actually asking people, because we're coming back from so long of not really being able to go and do much. How has your con experience been, you know, this weekend?
Wow. You know, it's been interesting. I can't, you know, FanX is so fantastic, and you know, it's a fantastic convention experience and a good year. It's been fantastic this year. My expectations, you know, I'm like, hey, you know, they asked me to come out. I'm like, of course I'll come out. You know, I want to support the show. You know, I'm fully vaccinated. I'm wearing a mask. You know, I feel pretty comfortable, you know, doing stuff. And yeah, my expectations were like, maybe there'll be crowds, maybe there won't. Maybe there'll be people showing up to the panels, maybe there won't. I don't care. I'm just going to go and roll with the punches. And, you know, the panel's been well attended, and the show has been fantastically well attended. Yeah. And it's just been a great time, and it's great to be back, and I'm super happy, you know, that this is my first show back post quarantine.
Yeah, it's like being able to go and actually, you know, restoke those fires, get back in here, be around the fans. It's I as someone that's been walking around too, it's been a really needed event. So
yeah, I mean, I you know, I have friends who are like, yeah, I'm just not going to shows, and I totally respect that. Like for me, for my mental health, I need to get out. I'm extroverted. I need to be around people. You know, if I'm not around people, I'm just going to wilt.
Right.
I'm just gonna die on the vine here. So I'm let's see. I got another show, and I'll be at New York Comic Con. I'll be at Thought Bubble. I'll probably be at Comic Con Special Edition in San Diego. I'll probably go up to Emerald City. I'm back.
You're back, and you are busy.
I'm busy. I'm busy and back. I'm doing it.
There we go. Well, like I said, it's been a really great time to be able to go and sit down. As far as like social media, how can people find you? How can they interact, and where do you want to also send them to?
I'm the super hard person to find on social media. It's Chip Mosher.
I can't spell that.
It's really tough. ChipMosher on Twitter. It's probably the easiest place. That's where I do all the self-promotion and stuff. And the you know, the book Books sold out, actually, so that's great. You know, we're talking to different people about, you know, this is basically self-published, and just waiting to find a U.S. publisher, and it's actually been picked up in Italy, and it's available in Italy right now, and then and next spring it's going to be available in France. So, you know, maybe one of these U.S. publishers will step up, but, you know, we'll see.
See, you know what? That you're just giving people a little bit of time of like, look, you know what? Just wait. We're going to build expectation to this. We're going to build expectation.
Let's hope so.
There we go. So, again, thank you so much for being able to sit down. To everyone watching, thank you guys so much for being able to go and tune in. I hope you guys have had a great con. If you haven't been out over here, make sure you get on out over here next year. And thank you guys for joining us so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, we are here at FanX. It is the last day. We are almost closing down, and I think we saved the best for last.
That's for sure. We did. It was a great week. It was a great 2 days, and saw a lot of interesting people. I see you. You're bringing your A game right there. Is that metal? May I touch your shoulder?
It's not metal.
I'm going to say it's metal for the
I'm not
fans.
going to give away my secrets about what this is made out of, but I'm Val Cameron. This is Tom Arnold.
I'm Tom Arnold. We're a team now because
we are a team.
We've done a couple things together, and it's nice to do stuff with you.
I've been having so much fun with you, and the stories that you shared at the panel. This is why I love cons so much, because it's all about the fans.
It is.
And when you get to come and be in this intimate setting with your fans, and you get to share stories with them that they don't get to experience, and then they feel a little more connected with you, and then they share those stories with other people, like that's what this is all about.
Right. And it's good because, you know, something like this, so this is an excellent con, this Salt Lake City one. It's the best one I've ever been to.
I agree.
And what's cool about it is, you know, people that come here. We all got up this morning and came here for a reason. It's because there's a con. Is that what you call a convention?
Yeah, a con.
Yeah. And we came here, and people dress up like you're dressed up, and people go out of their way, and I put on a black shirt. And, you know, a lot of interesting people, you know, and you don't, because of COVID especially, you know, the stand-up comedy was shut down for me, and personal appearances. And, you know, when you do movies and TV, there's nobody around. It seems like there would be. So it's been a great, fun experience.
And I know that your kids, like, were begging you
Yeah.
to come because they're into it as well.
Yeah, they're very into
and
it.
you love to have those bonding moments with your kids, and that's exactly what people are coming here for. Was there something special about the last couple of days that you're going to take away as a memory from FanX?
Well, I have a lot of memories. The two twin sisters said that they would go out with me tonight, so that's always been, you know, I'm a single 62-year-old dad with a 8-year-old and a 5-year-old. And one thing that happened was I met these kids called the Ninja Kids, or it's like a family, and they came over and filmed stuff. Yeah. And I told my kids last night, have you heard of the Ninja Kids? They're like, oh my God, you got to find them immediately. And there was a great YouTube family next to me that were just really solid, nice people. And so, you know, I met a lot of characters, you know, that, and there's folks that are on the spectrum, which I am. And so I get to sit and talk to those folks, and, you know, it's nice.
I love that moment because as parents, we get to do stuff like this, you know, but our kids don't think it's very cool.
No.
So when we can have that moment with our kids, the fact that your kid is like, yes, talk to them, you know, I think that's so neat.
No, it's very neat. Because we really, how old are your kids?
My daughter's going to be 20 at the end of October.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you've done it. And you know, life is about making your kids think you're cool. At least my life.
And it's hard work sometimes.
It's hard work. They came to one of these cons with me. And my son wanted to sell his Pokemon cards. Like, he lined them up next to my pictures. And I said, son, he's 8. I said, that's just not what this is about. And then he put I go, how much are they? He goes, $900 a piece. I go, that is definitely not what this is about. But my daughter, who's 5, she went around and they have the ladybug. They love all the stuff, and they bought a bunch of stuff. And I really wanted to bring him here because it's so short from L.A. But, you know, we had a Jewish holiday on Thursday, so they missed school.
Yeah.
And then I will next year, because this is such a solid event.
Well, and he got to experience a little bit of your panel, which was so much fun. We got to do that yesterday together.
Yeah.
And it was great because we're in the middle of the panel, and your kids are so important to you that you answered the phone and you put him, you know, and you're trying to show him, and he's like, whatever, Dad, like, go do your thing. No, I'm not impressed.
I have to say this, because the kids and I, you know, their mother and I have been married for a long time, and again, I'm a single dad, and so they'd never seen, my daughter has never seen their mother and I hug, or, you know, and they never watched my movies in the house until she moved out, and then we did. But I heard my son say this, and I have it on video because there's a camera in my car. He was on his iPad in the back. I'm taking him to school, and he goes, hey, my dad is Tom Arnold, you know, like it, and you know, that'll get, as you know, as a parent,
yeah,
that will get you. That's That's the biggest home run.
Yeah.
You know, and even though my daughter's, when she's mad at me, she'll call me Tom Arnold instead of Daddy.
Oh no.
And but that's really funny. And you know, you being on the radio and doing all the stuff you do, being in everybody in public knowing you, you know, that could get a little. Kids get jealous. My daughter gets she does not like it.
Oh, okay.
But we figured out a way. I'm really good because I'm also not gonna. You know, people are appropriate and also really appreciate that people care about my career or me or that I've, you know, affected someone. And so I take a minute. It's also a lesson for my kids. I say, these people, they pay the bills in our house. These people, and I got 4 ex-wives, so I need to keep doing these. But I said, you've got to be always kind to people.
You do.
You know, and I give my kids a lot of time, a lot of personal time, especially the last year and a half when they've been homeschooled, which has been a nightmare. But, you know, we do the best we can, and you know, this is a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun, and I'm so glad that you're going to come back because I do think the great thing about FanX, not only being, you know, such a great con, it's so accessible to all kinds of people. And I love the fact that you said you were sitting at your booth and talking to people on the spectrum and taking that time. And that means so much to so many people. And the fact that you love your kids so much and you want them to experience, that's what thousands of people that are here today, they're trying to do the same thing.
Right.
And so I think people appreciate that about
I
you.
also listen because I want to know how people on the spectrum take in entertainment. Because when I started in television in the 80s, there were 3 channels.
Oh, wow.
ABC, NBC, CBS. Remember, that was it. And now kids are getting content from all kinds of. You only need a phone, and I'm just curious how people, you know, what they like and what they like to how they like to watch stuff or rewatch it or what interests them. You know, and in the last few years we've really filled up the screens in our shows. You know, I was on NCIS New Orleans and I love doing that show and a reoccurring character, but I also noticed they filled up the whole screen. And that way you see the show once and then you see it again and you pick up, you know, things on it and you know, people in the spectrum, we have a lot of great skills that normies don't have. And, you know, but it's also good in my job to learn how to entertain those people, keep them interested. And, you know, I think we're finding new ways because everybody's on the spectrum these days.
Yeah, I feel
little
like,
bit.
well, I feel like you said, we have so many different ways for entertainment that's coming at us, right?
Yeah.
And so what's great about like panels and here at FanX is we're actually all in the room together.
Yeah.
We're sitting down. There's no screen in front of us. I mean, sometimes we have some stuff, you know, but we're like having this connection together. We're kind of stepping away from the screen, but trying to get people to look away from the screen is super hard.
Right.
But it's also really great to get them to look at the screen because the technology that we're getting out of it for movies, for films, for content. So it's like, you know, this.
Well,
this
you know,
good and
those
bad.
panels, you know, because I get to tell my stories, and some of my stories are longer. I love telling stories about people ask questions about this movie or that movie or this actor or that actor. And it's like doing stand-up in a lot of ways. I mean, I was not my fault, but I came in there a little bit later. Boy, I got my butt chewed by that one lady who kept coming back and doing it. And you had to stretch.
Yeah.
That's what we call it in the business, when the MC has to stretch.
They give you the keep going.
Yeah, and stretching is hard. You know, sometimes in live TV you have to stretch, and 45 seconds is forever.
Yeah.
You know, because you're like, oh no, but you had the audience in such a great place, and they asked such good questions of me that I could just tell all my stories, and it felt like it was so live.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's great about the panels. They're live, and it's experienced the actors, and people don't get if you're filming.
Yeah.
So that's great fun.
Now we have a few minutes, and I do want to talk about something that we didn't get to talk about in your panel. And you had mentioned, because a lot of people know that you were on the Roseanne show, and then you were doing, then you went.
You know,
into
Roseanne's
acting.
from here, Salt Lake City.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
that.
and
but one thing that you said that I didn't know is that you were producing.
Oh yes.
And so.
And writing.
Have you done more producing and writing, and will you do more? Because I know you do have a movie coming up with Machine Gun Kelly.
I do have a movie with Machine Gun Kelly.
What else
Very
behind
nice guy.
the scenes are
well,
you doing?
you know, in my my position, you know, first I started as a stand-up comic. My whole dream was to be on TV one time, so people in Ottumwa, Iowa would like me where I'm from. Turns out that's not, it doesn't matter how many times you're on TV, some people. But, and then I did that, and then I started writing in 1983. I started writing jokes for Roseanne. You know, she was a new comic too. And
I just want to say you're literally closing out the show.
yeah, I know,
Lights
they
just
hear
went
that.
out.
Yeah. I get a box of food, though, for doing this, I heard.
You're the headliner.
Yeah,
man.
the headliner always. But, you know, and then I started writing for her, and then she started going on TV, and then I was like, okay, now I'm a writer. I was a stand-up comedian. That was my dream. Now I'm a writer. That's my dream. I came out in 1988 to Los Angeles to write The Roseanne Show. You know, first I'm going to tell you something inside. She wanted me to be the husband on the show because that relationship between her and Dan was based a lot on our relationship. And I never acted before. And she set up a meeting with the producers, these great producers, Marcy Carsey and Tom Warner, who did The Cosby Show and a bunch of other shows. And I didn't know how to act, but, you know, the pressure was on, and I went in there and auditioned, and we decided, you know, John Goodman's so brilliant.
Oh, I mean,
And
he's
you
amazing.
can't imagine anybody. And then I was like, I'm going to be happy being a writer and a producer because it's so hard. But I learned every week from Laurie Metcalf, John Goodman, Estelle Parsons, the people, you know, and we surrounded Roseanne with great actors. And, you know, she was new. She came from the stand-up world, and she has a very original style. But the fact she was surrounded by such top actors who done stage and things really helped things go. And they loved her rhythm. They loved the way she
And
she
they're also
acted.
successful now. It wasn't that just one shot, you know? Like,
No.
all of those actors have gone
Yeah,
on
they're
to do
very
amazing things.
They're very respected, those actors. And so it was also fun as a writer to have the opportunity to write for these characters. You know, I obviously do Roseanne's character, but to create the sister and the husband and the mother, and it was great fun. A lot of great writers, including Norm Macdonald, who passed away this week. I brought him on the show in 1992. Because I knew his stand-up was so solid, and I hired a lot of stand-ups to write on Roseanne, and then I would teach them, well, here's how the script looks. Here's the act 1, act 2, etc. Here's what we need, credit tag. You could teach people the structure of a script, but you can't teach people to be funny or have a unique voice. And that's certainly what Norm and so many of our other writers had.
And then this was a story that you did tell before we get done here in a few minutes and I loved it so much, is when Norm, because his biggest dream was to be on SNL, right? I mean, it's a lot of dreams of so many comics, actors to be on SNL, and he was under contract with you, and when he got offered the job, they weren't going to let him out of his contract.
Right. In 1992 to 93, that season, he wrote on Roseanne, and then he got the offer in 1993 to go to SNL. And SNL was his dream job. And I always felt like, man, if that's you can always get out, whether you're a football coach, whatever you are, if your dream job comes out, we got to respect that. And the producers, we had him for 3 more years, and they did not want to let him out of the deal. And I said, no, he's out, because this is his thing. His dream is to be on Weekend Update, hosting that, and you've got to honor that dream. And it certainly was great for Norm, and it's the right thing to do. I missed having him.
Right, but I respect that so much.
Yeah.
You know, it's not something that we see very much in this business.
Right.
And I think that I respect that so much about you, and I think everyone in the audience that they kind of all leaned in after you said that.
That's nice. Well, you know, in life, not just show business, but show business is a short period of time generally. Sports is a short period of time. But if you get an opportunity for your dream, and in life, you should get that and do everything you can. And it's certainly with Norm, and I missed him because Norm was so funny to work with because he had a lot of stuff going at home. You know, he loved betting on sports. Even though he knew nothing about sports, and he had a couple drinks here and there, and every day was a funny story.
Yeah.
But certainly, he was so good on Weekend Update, and you know, I got to host that show a few times, and it was definitely the right thing to do.
No, I love that so much. Is there anything? We've got the Machine Gun Kelly movie. When
Yeah,
does
and his
that
girlfriend's
come
in
out?
it. Do you know her? Megan Fox. She's in it. She's great.
I think she has a future.
Yeah.
You know, that girl.
And there's a guy named Gata, Gata, and he's on a show called what's that show with the Jewish rapper Dave? You got to see. I forget what network it's on, but he was so funny, and I really loved working with him. And there's funny people. Whitney Cummings is in it. She's hilarious. And so I really appreciate that they brought comics in
Yeah.
to do this thing. And what was your question? Now I spaced
When
out.
does it come out? When can we see it?
February.
Okay,
This February, it will be out in theaters.
That's
That's
amazing.
pretty quick because I have a movie, High Holiday, coming out this fall. That was Cloris Leachman's last movie.
Oh, wow.
And Jennifer Tilly's my wife, and great cast. Shannon Solomon. I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but. It's about my daughter. I'm a right-wing, like running for the governor of Texas. I'm like
wow.
a Trump guy, and I invite a right-wing journalist over to my house for Christmas to show that my family is an all-American family. And my daughter...
Nothing could go wrong.
No,
Nothing
and my daughter comes
possibly
back,
could
and
go
we're
wrong.
estranged a little bit, and she and her boyfriend, who is a person of color, put... drugs, and probably pot, who knows what it is, mushrooms, in our food. What happens is the whole family eats it, and my daughter didn't know the right-wing journalist was coming over, but he's sitting there, and then hilarity ensues, I hope. We become our real selves.
And this is the Christmas movie.
Yeah, High Holiday. And I got another Christmas movie called Thieves. Something of the Christmas Thieves with me and Michael Madsen that's coming out this fall,
Mike
too.
Madsen. And so they're both going to be in theaters? Are we streaming?
No.
Where are we at?
No, High Holiday might.
Okay.
But streaming and the movie with Michael Madsen, we filmed a couple movies in Rome over the COVID, and those will be coming out very soon and this fall. And holiday movies play forever. They're
do.
evergreen.
They do. And in Utah, we love holiday movies.
Oh my
I'm
gosh, you
pretty
guys
sure
do.
That there are kids in Draper, Lehigh that are all named after characters from the Hallmark Channel.
Well, Hallmark Channel's awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I
sure
love that.
like that's happening.
I'm Jewish, and we watch all the Christmas movies, and we have Christmas in our house. Hanukkah's a little early this year, but man, we have, this is crazy, 14 trees. My kids, one's pink, one's red, one's white, and we go, there's already 5 of them up in the front of the house,
You're
outside the
I
house.
feel like you're kind of from Utah.
Yeah.
Like this is
Oh,
exactly
no, we've done a lot.
what we do here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Christmas, in the spirit of Christmas, there's nothing better. And it also keeps your kids in line because they're like, so the elf on the shelf right there is watching you. And my son's 8 and he still believes. And that's amazing. My daughter's 5 and I'm not sure she ever did.
She never bought into it?
But man, I say, guys, son, Santa hears everything. So you got to take it down a notch. And he actually asked me right before I came here, do you think that Santa's going to bring me anything this year? I go, yeah. Do you think he thinks I've been bad? I go, listen, you've been so good the last few days. You've done so many good things, but you just got to keep it up.
The last few days,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm actually happy that my daughter was never in the phase of the elf on the shelf because that's a lot of work.
Well,
that
my
elf.
son has 100 of them. Check on my Instagram. They're my
What's
social
your
media.
Instagram? Tell everybody
social
your
media.
Instagram.
I think I'm the Tom Arnold. Is that what I am? On Instagram and probably at Tom Arnold on Twitter and Tom Arnold on Facebook. But my kids and I are on there a lot. And he's an elf. He's a collector. He's been a little bit OCD. He collects whatever it is, and Dad gets him for it.
Well, we hope to see you
at
back
Tom
here.
Arnold. Look at that thing.
Yeah, at Tom Arnold. We are so glad that you came.
I'm glad
this
I came
time.
too.
We had so much fun. I had so much fun.
You were
with
so fun.
Thank
Are you single?
I am not single.
Okay. I asked you that before.
I'm actually getting married a month from today in Hawaii.
I will marry you. I am an ordained minister. I have married 4 couples. They are all still married. I have been married 4 times, not.
He just said it out loud.
I'll do it for you guys.
He's going to be in Hawaii with
Good.
me
Yes.
at my wedding.
In Maui or the big, which island?
Oahu.
I'll be there.
Oahu. So
I'll be there.
We'll let you guys know how that goes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And I hope
You're
you
a
all
good egg. You know
get
that?
to go out and see your movies, but also see all the shenanigans of the elf on the shelf with him and his kids, all the holiday movies. And hopefully we're going to see you here next year, right?
Yeah, I will be here next year. It's really great. We had a lot of fun. And maybe you'll have more kids next year.
No, I'm done
No,
having
that's what
kids. I'm done.
Yeah.
I will appreciate everyone else's kids.
Yeah,
if
that's
you go
good.
up to KidCon, I just smile at all of them and
Yeah.
then I leave.
Yeah. Well, you paid your dues.
I did.
You know, that's good. But yeah, I'll bring my kids next year.
Awesome.
Here for sure.
We're so
And I'll have
excited.
them bother you. You'll have to keep an eye out for them.
I will.
Because
I
they're
will.
very
Thank
social.
you guys so much
Thank you.
for coming to FanX this year.
What are we on here? Is this some kind of a...
This is YouTube. We're on YouTube, man.
Oh, my kids love
We're
YouTube.
on the interwebs. So thank you guys
Yeah.
so much. We hope you enjoyed the con. If you didn't get to come, but you're watching us here, thank you so much. And we're going to see you next year, everybody.
We are. Is there 11 seconds left?
I guess that might
It did. So anyway, let's do a blooper. No, I'm kidding.
Are we gonna sing together?
Hey, I might be Mr. Beast next week in LA. There's a vid con or something in LA. My kids are gonna be Mr. Beast, and yeah.
That's fun.
Now we're going overtime.
No.
Are we done?
Hi, welcome to FanX TV. I am KB, and I am joined by the fabulous husband and wife duo and YouTube sensation of Provost Park Pass.
Oh my God, you were so
Chris
sweet.
and Amanda. Provost, how are you?
Oh, good. Thank you so much. That was so sweet. We're so happy to be here.
Yes, oh my goodness. So I have to ask everything, all things Disney. So
Sure.
how many parks have you guys actually been to?
Oh, we've been to almost all of them. So the only ones we haven't been to, well, so what happened was we started a world tour. We were going to every Disney park around the world, and then this little thing happened midway through. We were literally in Paris when the pandemic hit. They flew us back here. They said go back to Utah for 3 weeks, and then we'll resume it, and you'll still go back to Tokyo and Shanghai. And so we've missed Tokyo, we've missed Shanghai and Hong Kong, but other than that, we've hit them all. So.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh. So which one is your favorite if you had to choose? I'm going to start with you, Amanda. If you had to choose, which one?
That is like choosing a favorite child, right? Like that's such a it's such a fun question. So one that really is near and dear to my heart is Disneyland Paris. So when we went to Disneyland Paris, the cast members were so warm and welcoming and nice to us. We made some of the best friends in Disneyland Paris, and they also do things bigger there in a way because the roller coasters are faster. Space Mountain has corkscrews and loop-de-loops inside of it. And so they've really pulled out some really fun stops over at Disneyland Paris. So that's, if I had to choose, I think I would say that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
You know, it's funny because Paris is my favorite city, but I have not done Disneyland Paris.
You have to do it. It's so fun. I would have to say Disneyland. I love Disneyland. I love everything about it. It's just original, and I love everything. I just love it.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I feel like I'm clearly in the minority here because I've only been to Disney World, and I've just been to that one twice.
Oh my goodness.
So I have a lot of ground
You
to
have
cover.
a lot to explore.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my goodness. So what is your favorite ride to experience?
My favorite ride to experience is Indiana Jones. That to me is a perfect attraction. I love everything about it. I love the queue. Even waiting in line is fun because there are so many things, so many hidden details in the line. And Disney has actually removed a lot of the elements that used to be in the line because they were too scary, and I just think that's awesome. I think that's so cool. They used to have something called the Hall of Whispers, and what it was is when you're walking down, kind of like you're going down the pathway, they used to have these whispers going on in the background, and they would even whisper names. So if you're walking down, you'd hear, you know, Amanda. It was too scary. It really upset the guests, and so they took it out. But there's a lot of fun history there. And then the ride itself, of course, is just fantastic. I think they went above and beyond, and it's really stood the test of time. It's still incredible.
Absolutely. And for me, we're here at FanX. One of my really good friends is Jess Harnell, and you know he's amazing. And he's a wacko on Animaniacs, but he's done so many voices at Disneyland. And we did a video together where we did Splash Mountain. He's 9 of the 11 voices on that ride.
Oh my gosh, really?
And so I have to say Splash Mountain. I just love it. It means a lot to me. I just love the ride. My friend's involved in it, so I have to say Splash Mountain.
Okay, so before we get into your time here at FanX, because Chris is a huge star here at the show, I want to know, I know that you guys recently did the Disney cruise.
Oh,
which is something that has been on my list. So how is the cruise compared to the parks?
Oh, it's magical. It's magical. It's like a floating Disneyland, a floating Disney park out in the ocean.
You know what? It's a great question because before we ever did the cruise, I thought, why would I do a cruise? I'd rather just go to Disneyland, right? But we ended up doing this cruise. It was so much fun. I cannot explain. And it's not just like there's not like rides, attractions, but they have all these things set up for families, for kids. I was blown away. Half of the people on the cruise ship do not have children.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They're there going because they have these amazing excursions, and it's the best. I recommend if you ever have the opportunity to do a Disney cruise, you need to do it. Oh, it's so fun.
I think there's something that they pump into the air. I mean, they've got pixie dust or something. You walk into Disneyland and you just feel it. You walk into Disney World and you feel it. And it was the same for the cruise. We thought, okay, this will be fun. We'll be on, a big ship and we'll go see some really cool places. But they really bring the Disney magic to the boat. And it was just fabulous to be walking around and see Donald Duck in a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
Or to see, you know, they really incorporated that vacation mode, and the characters are there. They have these Broadway production shows that you can see.
Oh, really?
The food is delicious, and even the restaurant dining experiences they make magical. And they make the dining room change, and it's just over the top Disney magic.
Ooh, I'm so glad you mentioned the food, because that's really going to be my last thing.
Oh.
So here is the thing. If you are a newbie to one of these parks,
Sure.
what is the go-to meal that you should have?
All right, I'm going to answer first because Amanda has her answers never deviated since I've known her. I know exactly what she's going to say. So I'm sorry, my voice is kind of a little hoarse because we've been here at FanX for 3 days. But you got to do this. You got to go the original. If you're at Disneyland, you have to do a churro. Okay, churro. If you're in the Magic Kingdom, you have to do what's called the Cheshire Tail. It's like a croissant with frosting and chocolate in the center. It's amazing. But the very best thing is
The Monte Cristo sandwich.
Ooh.
So this is the meal to get when you're at Disneyland. So you visit New Orleans Square. There is a darling restaurant where you get the Monte Cristo sandwich, and it's like a dessert and a meal and a treat and a dinner
Yes.
all in one. It's amazing.
when Disney was starting to reopen, we got invited to go down. Amanda was down there on opening day, and she got the Monte Cristo sandwich. She hadn't had it for years because of the pandemic. When she started to eat it, she was live streaming. She burst into tears and started to cry, and everybody was like, it's the best thing ever. So,
You're like worth the 2-year wait or the
Yes.
year and a half wait for sure.
Absolutely.
Listen, one thing is for sure, when I make the trek to Disneyland, I need you two as my tour guide.
We would love
I
to
think
go.
that absolutely
Anytime,
needs to happen.
anytime.
Anytime. We
Oh,
would love it.
Yes, I would love that. Okay, so back to FanX.
Yes.
Chris, you have been the MC in the Grand
Yes.
Ballroom for the entire show.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about your experience. Who was the
Wow.
most fun?
Oh, that's so hard. I love them all. It's so interesting, the celebrities that come out here, and we get to meet all of them and just interact with them. I mean, you were a moderator today and your panel, and you did such a fantastic job. It's so amazing because our Grand Ballroom at FanX is one of the largest in the United States. And you can't believe the energy that's in there, how much fun it is, how friendly it is. And just meeting a lot of the celebrities, it was a lot of fun. So I'd say one of some of the most unusual interviews that you were just shocked. Alice Cooper we had last time, 2 years ago. When he came and told stories, I didn't know a lot about him. We were all just entranced. Right? He had the greatest stories. He was amazing. But every time we do this FanX, every celebrity that comes out, it just gets better and better and better. I love it. And so, I mean, like right here, you guys have this little thing. We got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles right here. Judith was here, and we got to talk with her, and she was so much fun. And that's what's fun with having this here. It gives the fans a chance to talk to their celebrities. It's amazing.
It's amazing because before I met Chris, I thought, oh, you know, I'm not really into comics, you know, I don't really know. And then when he brought me here, my mind was blown. I'm like, this is fantastic. There is something here for everyone.
Everyone.
If you like Disney, if you like Legos, if you like Mario, if you like celebrities, if you like comics, of course, anything. And I think that's what is really incredible about FanX is they bring something for everyone here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's so much more than a Comic-Con. It's like a pop culture festival.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I just like to say, I want to take a couple seconds because I have to give a shout out. There's 3 people particularly that make this magic happen. The first is Abby Wright. She is a partner here, and she is the one that is concerned about all the fans having a great experience. And then there's Dan Farr, and then he is the one that's getting all the talent, the celebrities come out here. And then there's Jeffrey Wright, and he's worried about like logistics, how are things working. And the 3 of them are partners here, and they make what I think is the greatest comic convention in the world. And the celebrities tell us that all the time, how well that they're treated. And the fan base here in Utah is just phenomenal. And those 3 are just magic makers.
Listen, it is definitely one of my favorite cons of the year. It is like a brilliant, well-oiled machine filled with kind people.
Yes.
And I say this all the time, it smells like fresh baked goods, and you will not get that any
Yes,
other
it's so
place.
true.
It smells fantastic.
So true.
Thank you so much to both of you, for joining the con
it was
this
an
year.
honor, and thank you. You are so awesome.
Oh,
I mean,
thank you,
it
so are
literally, and it's so awesome. And thank you so much for having us here at FanX TV. Love
Yes,
it.
Thank you
yes.
so much.
And thank you guys for joining us this year for FanX TV. This is the very last session. We are closing down the
Closing it
con.
out.
So we'll see you in 2022.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. Appreciate it. Someone cue me. Okay. Hello, viewers. FanX TV, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in to this year's broadcast, FanX TV 2021. We're so glad to have you here with us. And thank you to those of you who participated in the comments and the questions that you posed for our guests. I just want to thank a few people that made this stream happen. I just have a list here. I want to thank my coworkers and the owner of Web Guy Internet, Lance and Mitch, who are back there working the cameras. They've been doing all of the switching. They made this happen, and I couldn't have done it without them. Myself, of course, I'm not thanking myself, but my name is Matt Wisnowski. I produced the stream, or I'm the producer for the stream. I also want to thank the cameramen that came out and gave their time to operate the cameras. Felix, DJ, Jamie are on the cameras right now, but not here right now are Nev, Data, Eli, and hopefully I'm not missing anyone. I also want to thank programming, Blake. Thank you for making that happen. Blake, Shannon, Megan, Jeff, appreciate you bringing all the guests to the stream. And last but not least, I just want to thank FanX for allowing us to do this and helping to make it happen. Ro, River, Dave, couldn't have done this without you guys. And that's all for tonight. Join us next year. Over and out.